Hello! Welcome to A Theaterphile Gaming. My name is Caitlin, aka A Theaterphile, and we are here with a special one-shot today. We are raising money for Extra Life, which is an incredible organization that raises money through gaming for children's hospitals around the country. The donation information is in the chat. The donation information is not in the chat. The incentive information is in the chat. The donation information is now also in the chat. You can influence today's game by donating directly to Extra Life, and the link is there if you would like to do so. It'll also get periodically put in chat throughout the session. I'm going to jump it over to our DM in just a second, but first I just want to go around and everybody introduce yourselves, say who you are, and who you're starting off playing. Everyone is probably playing multiple characters today, but we're going to start with who your first character is going to be. So my name is Caitlin, and I'm starting off with Lyra. Rake, who are you playing?
Hey everyone, I'm Rake. I'll be playing Yutha.
And Sarah.
I'm Sarah, and I will be playing Vim of the Mother Elephant, a tiefling trader who loves making deals, as my first character.
I'm Andria, and I am going to be playing Ethel, a very sweet little old lady.
And I'm Marco. I will not be playing any characters, but I'll be murdering a lot of them, maybe.
All right, and Marco, it is all yours.
All right, welcome to the Dragon Games. You all have received invitations to these very secretive and exclusive games in various ways. Perhaps you're down on your luck and somebody came to you in your time of need offering a great financial boon. Maybe you were bored and you heard of a very exhilarating potential opportunity to go and experience something unique and special. Whatever the case, you were invited to this very remote location. We'll say it's on islands with mountains in the background. In front of you is a massive kind of cave entrance that's been carved into the stone to look like an open dragon's maw. With the entrance kind of going into its throat, right? Standing before it are a number of individuals wearing dark robes. They have masks over their faces that look vaguely maybe like a dragon's kind of horn crest, right? And one of them is kind of standing in front of the rest and addresses you all. Welcome to the illustrious Dragon Games. Here you will all have the chance to experience true exhilaration by the grace of the dragon cult. You may all call me Soul. Over the next 4 days, you will have the chance to prove yourselves and win a great bounty of gold if you are able to win in the end. Each participant in these games will receive 20,000 gold at the end for a total bounty of 1.2 million gold pieces. If a player is not able to complete the game, their share goes to everybody else, distributed evenly among other prizes. Are there any questions about how these games will work? Excellent, wonderful. Come on in and join the Dragon Games, and the cultists part ways to allow you to enter the cave. Inside, you kind of are funneled down a series of hallways, and you kind of reach this large open common room. There are beds set up throughout the room. There's some large tables in the middle with food set out. You've had long journeys, no doubt you're hungry. There's plenty of refreshments as well. Soul kind of addresses the group, says, take a few moments to prepare yourselves for the games. Your first game begins this evening. We'll be back. And the cultists kind of file out of the room, close the door behind them, and lock it.
Without hesitation, Vim, she is about 6'2", plus another foot of horns that look like elephant tusks. She is already over to the food stand. She has a plate, and she is putting one of everything on that plate and looks to the back of the group. Oh man, you know what? I was not expecting them to take this good care of us.
Well, we just got our first donation, real quick. Everyone gets one piece of contraband, courtesy of
wow.
Mayor.
Oh man.
I need to go increase the goal real quick. Carry on.
So a reminder, contraband is either a +1 dagger or club, or it is a stone of good luck.
And as Vim turns to the group, we see that maybe the catering services left a knife in one of the food platters. So as Vim turns around, Vim will take the knife that she's now found, thank you, Mayor, and just slip it in their fantasy trousers.
Nice.
Lyra, who's kind of hanging back, just kind of like casually has her hand kind of on her pocket, where she may or may not have smuggled in a dagger as well.
Utah, this large jet black scaled dragonborn. He's kind of like lounging around on one of the beds. He's got like a sort of noticeable like bulge on the side of his like pant leg, where there might be a club stashed away in there.
The whole club in a pocket. Awesome.
Oh, Lyra is a halfling, by the way. I didn't say. And she's kind of, she's just kind of watching everybody, and she's subconsciously, like, just doing, like, a little, like, what's it called? I don't do ballet, but, like, where they do that, like, thing where they point their foot out a whole bunch of times. She's just doing little ballet exercises to herself subconsciously as she's watching everyone.
Nice. What's Ethel up to?
Ethel is standing, looking like she really, really wants to sit down. Maybe like all the walking has left her a little out of breath. And she, as she is observing, is kind of like fiddling with a stone necklace that she is wearing, that somehow didn't get taken away, surprisingly. And seems to just kind of be looking around, sweating a little bit, and then we'll just like sit on the floor against a wall or something.
Yeah, so as you guys kind of get your food, sit down, get situated, maybe claim a bed. There are exactly as many beds as there are people. And kind of looking around, you can tell there are about 60 people, give or take. So a pretty large crowd. And all of them are, in various states of anxiety or maybe even like excitedness. Looks like there's a lot of different races here, folks from all different corners of the world. Yeah, it's a big crowd. Some of them look around suspicious, kind of watching all of you to see who might be a big competitor. And some of them clearly are just happy to be here, excited, interested to meet you all. We'll start up conversations. One lady named Ellie, who's a half-elf woman with blonde hair, will approach Utah on the bed and say, excuse me, you seem really big and strong. Are you looking for a team, perhaps? I just figure maybe it's smart to have some friends in these games,
Utah will kind of like side-eye her, kind of look this half-elf up and down. What does this person look like?
Yeah, Ellie's a half-elf woman. She's probably about 5'8". As I mentioned, blonde hair. She has lighter skin. Is wearing pretty plain clothes and has a big smile on her face.
Does she look like she can fight?
That's a great question. Insight would probably be a good skill there.
All right. 2.
Maybe she's got the confidence, right?
Yuho will kind of like look at her a little and then just kind of like snort. Sure, why not?
Wonderful. Well, my bed's over here. Maybe we should actually choose beds next to each other just so we can keep each other safe.
All right. Let's
Great.
do that.
She smiles and she'll like start up a small conversation asking you where you come from, all that sort of thing. The rest of you folks, are you seeking out conversations with anybody or maybe each other, or are you kind of just like taking it all in and eating food?
I'm gonna actually approach Ethel and just, ma'am, are you lost? I mean, you know, are you supposed to be here?
I think this is the game show, right? There's money, we can get money.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was told, but, yeah, I mean, I guess.
Do I look lost?
A little bit, yeah.
Oh, why? I don't think I'm lost. I think I'm supposed to be here.
Okay, well, I'm Lyra.
Oh, I'm Ethel. Um, have a granddaughter about your age. Well, I think. How old are you? You're very small.
Yeah, I'm about 37, but you know, halfling years.
Right. 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 Yes. Well, it's nice to meet you. If you need a nice consoling shoulder or some words of encouragement, I hear I'm very good at that.
All right, well, I'll keep that in mind, and I'll see you in a little bit, I guess. Good luck.
Yeah, I'll just be sitting here for a bit, I think.
All right, well, best of luck to you.
You too.
And Lyra kind of like does a silly little like pirouette and then heads over to the food table.
Nice. Would Vim like to have conversations with anybody, or what would you like to be doing kind of during the waiting period?
Vim is really continuing to eat one of everything. And then as people come over, Vim will be like, oh my God, try this one. And we'll point to various foods and make small talk with anyone. And when Lyra pirouettes over, Vim just kind of continues this. You know what? Okay, I've now had 2 of everything, and I am going to recommend they're like it's kind of like a churro. It's deep fried. It is, I think maybe it's the dragon's breath on it that's making it have this just real depth of flavor. And Vim is just geeking out over the food to literally anyone who is willing to listen to her talk about it.
Nice. I mean, yeah, you'll make some friends that way. Absolutely. Some folk are kind of weirded out. They're like, we're here to play in games for huge amounts of money, right? The food is the least of our concerns.
You know what? If you're not properly fueled, you have no chance of winning these games. And you might as well enjoy the journey that we're all on together. Here, eat this. You need to eat this. And Vim hands like a little like patisserie cake to this person.
The person you're talking to has a very, very like sharply cut facial hair. He's got like a nice like kind of black goatee with little spikes that go up to his mustache. His hair is slicked back. He's wearing very nice clothes. Kind of sniffs at the food and says, please, that stuff is beneath me.
It might be beneath you, but if you're hungry, then you'll be really easy to beat in whatever is coming later. So your loss, I guess.
He kind of glares at you darkly for a second and then snatches some food and walks away with it, muttering to himself.
Sleep well.
Yeah, okay, great. So you guys passed the kind of the waiting period. It's about like 2 hours, we'll say, of like making small talk, kind of getting situated. You all play in beds. And it seems like a pretty cozy little dormitory. And again, with the food, it does seem like they're taking good care of you. After that 2 hours is up, the door, the lock kind of slides open, the door is pushed wide, and those same, we'll just call them cultists because they identified themselves as the dragon cult. The cultists kind of file in with Soul at the front of the group. His cowl is a little bit different, maybe a little bit more ornate, so you can kind of identify him by that appearance. He addresses the group and says, we hope you found your accommodations to your liking. It is time for the first of the Dragon Games. Please follow us. We'll be dividing you into 4 groups to compete separately. And the cultists will kind of get you guys to line up in 4 separate lines. All of you happen to be maybe near each other, and so you get into the same line. You can see that all the people here divided pretty separately. You guys are in the second line. They'll take the first one first and line them up at the door. About 5 minutes later, they'll come for the second line and get you guys out the door. So you guys file through those same hallways, different ones that you followed on the way in. You kind of end up going down a lot, clearly through rock. The heat or the air gets a lot warmer as you descend. And like down at the bottom of this deep staircase, you can see like a glow on the rocks, kind of reflecting off of the walls of the stairwell. When you reach the bottom, you can see out before you is this massive, it's like an arena, really. It's a huge open space with these huge braziers lit with fire. You can see the glow of lava like kind of around the edges of it. And we're going to bring up the Roll20 page for the first game here. So as the group kind of descends and is guided to one end of this arena, you can see that there's these tracks kind of painted on the ground that are red and yellow. As you guys are arranged in this line, like faces the tracks on one end, you hear this mighty roar that echoes terribly in the space and freezes your blood cold in your veins. Alighting on this arena, kind of blasting upwards from the lava, is a huge red dragon. Its scales glitter a dark red. Its maw glows with fire, and its eyes burn with a mix of hatred, rage. You're not sure, but you're terrified of it. It alights in the middle of the arena and kind of settles down, folding its front arms across each other and sitting down on its haunches, folding its wings up. Seems to be waiting for something. Obviously, the folks around you probably scream. You might as well. And Sol will kind of address the group and say, "Fear not. Rosenthraxis here is assisting us with the games. Their presence will make it more exciting for everyone involved. The game before you is as follows. You must run the tracks, red or yellow, around Rosenthraxis and reach the other side. It's that simple. Of course, you can only move while the song is playing, a childhood rhyme, if you will. If you move when the rhyme is not playing, Rosenthraxis will incinerate you. Does everybody understand the rules?
When you say incinerate, like for real?
A deep chuckle rumbles through the room from the dragon, and Sol says, "Oh yes, you'll be burnt to a crisp."
Like it.
I kind of look over at everyone who is twice my height and look down at my tiny little halfling legs. Okay.
You'll be all right. You look, your dancing earlier was, you seem sprightly enough.
Well, I guess we'll find out, won't we?
I have a question.
Yes.
Is there a consequence for being last?
Oh no, but if you move too slowly, Rosenthraxis might become bored.
Oh.
And nobody wants that.
Well, no. Okay. That's fine.
This is just like any other carnival game. It's rigged, but winnable.
What kind of carnivals have you been going to?
The fun kind.
So on Sol's signal, the first line of people kind of dashes off. You'll see them mostly move conservatively. We got Kobold that kind of charges up first. The second line also runs ahead. You can see them kind of spread out in the early stages here, kind of being more conservative. And each time they begin to run, you hear this childhood rhyme. You're not sure where it's coming from. It's kind of magically emanating from everywhere at once, but it echoes in the room. The line in front of you goes. You've got people kind of charging ahead. This lady on the inner track, she oversteps after the rhyme is ended. And you do see Rosenthraxis, the red dragon, kind of billow out this huge cloud of flames that envelops her. And when the flames disappear, she is no more. And then it is your turns to step forward. So your tokens are here. You guys are all at the starting line. And we'll do this in kind of rounds. So the way this works is that each of you will choose a number between 1 and 8. That is the number of hexes you would like to move, or you're aiming to move. The song will play for a certain duration between 1 and 8 seconds. If you chose a number that is more than the number that is chosen for the song's duration, you must make a dexterity save with a DC related to the difference between your chosen number and the song's duration. If you fail the save, you have moved after the song stopped, and you may be subjected to the flames of Rosenthraxis.
Great.
All right, without further ado, if everybody could choose a number, we can put them in chat, in Roll20, if that works for everybody.
I'm gonna ask if we do that everyone still says it out loud because
Yes, quite.
the chat won't display on the screen.
Maybe we'll just go through it and everybody will say the number and I'll note it
Okay.
myself. So starting with Lyra.
Why are we starting with me? I will, and it's not based on our move speed, right? It's just 2 through 8?
A number between 1 and 8.
1 and 8, okay. I will go 3.
All right, 3 for Lyra. How about Vim?
Vim goes 8.
8, all right. How about Ethel?
Ethel will go 2.
All right, Ethel will go 2. And last but not least, Utha?
Utha, I think, will go 4. Nice down the middle.
Those are your numbers in order. And real quick, we'll have Lyra, because she did choose first, get to choose her track. Do you want to be on the innermost line, the outermost line, or somewhere in between?
It might help if I unmute my mic. And so the difference is that, like, if you fail and you're on the innermost track, you get more flame, probably, maybe.
Correct. But the closer you are to the center, the shorter your track
shorter,
is.
yeah. Okay. I picked a lowish number. I'm gonna go on the inner track.
All right. Innermost or second from inner?
Second.
Okay, sounds good. So that's where you were. We'll keep you there. Vim?
Vim is going to, she's on that inner track and is going to stay on it. This is
All
you got to go for it.
Absolutely. Ethel?
Ethel is happy where she is.
All right. So Utha, are you cool? Well, I guess you'll start there and we'll figure out where you go after that. You don't have to move in a straight line. You can cross tracks with the move. But in any case, we have our numbers. Let me figure out how long the rhyme plays for. Yes, quite.
Ring around the rosy, a pocket full of posies, ashes.
All right, the rhyme played for 4 seconds. It looks like Lyra, well, everybody besides Vim really can move their movement in squares, or in hexes rather, with no challenge.
I cannot click on.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Let me fix that.
You just want to like ping where we want to end up.
Honestly, it might be easiest if we move, because I'm sorry. I know I told you we wouldn't have to do this, but it's just
Okay.
gonna work best. So Utha and Ethel are freed up and should be able to move. Lyra is free, and Vim is free as well. Okay.
We'll see how Vim does.
Right, yeah. Okay, so these you guys get to move forward, kind of finding your places in the pack. And Vim, you get to 4. So go ahead and move 4. All right. And then you kind of try to stop, but skid a little bit. And you see the great dragon's head turn towards you and fire welling up in its mouth. It occurs to you that your death is imminent. Your entire life flashes before your eyes. Can you think of anything you might be able to do to avert your impending doom?
Vim is, I think, gonna maybe try to actually keep running in their movement, thinking that the dragon might think that she's gonna be scared and freeze. And instead, Vim wants to run past, and then maybe the people who stopped in place here are the collateral damage.
For sure. Yeah, go ahead and give me a dexterity save. It's very difficult as the dragon's breath does billow out at incredible speed and follows you a little bit as you run.
15.
15, that is barely good enough. You feel the flames licking at your heels as the dragon's breath kind of billows out. You do manage to get, we'll say, 2 squares ahead from there. Before the dragon's breath kind of catches up to you and you have to like stop in place and duck. You
We
guys
see Vim,
all,
I think, starts like their foot kind of falters, and then instead of freezing and falling, she tumbles forward in this pretty athletic movement and then pops back up to her feet and just kind of stares at the dragon.
Dragon kind of grins at you a little bit, flames licking up out of its mouth. And that is that round. Well done. People kind of filling in from behind here. As you see the other ones run forward, over here, another half-elven lady with brown hair kind of stumbles a little bit, and you see Rosenthrax's breath kind of lance out towards her. She, in terror, grabs the halfling behind her and tries to shove him in the way. And fails. She is struggling to like move the halfling, but he holds his ground, and she is instantly. You guys can choose your next number.
I'm gonna go 6.
All right. How about this?
6 as well.
How about Ethel?
Ethel will go 4.
Okay. And Utha.
Utha will go. Let's go 5 this time.
That's good. Let's see how long the song is for.
Ring around the rosy, a pocket full of posies. Ashes, ashes, we all.
All right, the song played for 6 seconds. So all of you actually managed to move your full movement without triggering the dragon's wrath. All right. So that round is good. That said, the lady behind, or the fellow behind Lyra, the one who put down Vim's food offering, this fellow, he does stumble after the song stops. And Lyra, as he stumbles, you can see the dragon's fire breath kind of welling up in its throat, but it's pointed at you.
Do I have any move? Can I move? Do I have time to move?
You could try to dodge out of the way. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I have halfling nimbleness, which I would like to use to try to like duck behind the guy whose fault this actually is.
Nice, yeah. We'll call that stealth.
Yeah.
Maybe contested by his athletics.
Could I do it in an acrobatic way?
Sure.
Okay. Ooh, 12.
Oh, he kind of moves to block you off, getting in your way as you try to duck around him. And he smiles at you as flames roar over you, and the last thing you see is his grinning face. Lyra has been consumed by fire.
First death!
Brutal.
Vim was like just about to shout out like, "See, you're fine," and then just like swallows that, and just like this, like a bit of the redness of their complexion, some of that drains out, and she looks a little bit more pink.
Ethel looks mortified, and is like sweating. You can't tell if it's from fear or just because it's warm in here, but visibly pale and clammy.
Yeah.
What now?
All right. So that is the second round of this game. For the third round, let's have Vim's number. How far would you like to try to move?
Vim sees that they're almost at the end, and it's there was this jovialness in her, but after seeing this kind of sweet person who she spoke with a bit before the game absolutely vanished from existence in a moment, it's sinking in. This isn't just a carnival game. And so she's going to move 4 to try and get out.
Yeah, all right, so 4 for Vim, nice. How about for Ethel?
Ethel looks around and realizes that she's very far behind, but is just so old and can't go very fast. And she's just gonna try and go 4 again.
All right, 4 for Ethel, and how about Utah?
Utah seeing this, it was like this guy over here. Who,
It
like,
was, yeah.
Yeah, so he's actually gonna like try and keep pace with him.
Okay, nice. Give me an insight check.
Insight.
We're using that a lot, but you're studying people.
Okay, 12.
Yeah, you think he's trying to move 5.
All right, so then I will also move 5.
All right, sounds good. Let's cue the song.
Ring around the rosy, a pocket full of posies, ashes.
So it was actually for 4 seconds there, which means that Vim and Ethel are both safe. You can move yourselves 4. But as Utha moves to keep up with this fellow, who tried to move 5, you're both going to have to figure out what you want to do, because the dragon's breath is now aimed at both of you.
Okay. So what I think I'm going to do is I want to try and trip this guy with my tail, so that the dragon has like a stationary target to aim at while I get out of the way.
Okay, for sure. Yeah. And you would notice that the flames that consumed Lyra did not go through her to the guy behind her.
It's so rude.
Yeah, it's pretty rude. Okay, so you want to like trip him up. Maybe make an athletics check.
Athletics, all right. That is a 21.
Wow. Okay. He struggles mightily, but your tail sweeps him off of his feet. And you can, after he's off balance, you can put him in between you and the dragon if you'd like.
Yeah, so I guess we'll switch places, or... Yep.
All right. And as you hold him, he glares at you and says, "Unhand me, you brute! You don't know who you're messing with. Get off me!"
Yep. And I ain't gonna...
For sure. The dragon's flames consume him. You can kind of crouch behind him, but moments later, there is nothing left, and just ash falling out of your hand. And you are a bit singed, but you're more or less intact.
Yeah. I'm black skilled. You can't really see it.
Right, yeah. Just washes off. All right, excellent. So we'll go to the 3rd round now. Vim, having crossed the finish line, you are with the winners over there, safe from the dragon's fire. So just Ethel and Utha.
There's been some long ones, so Ethel is only going to go 3.
All right, 3 for Ethel. What about Utha?
Utha will go 5. He's feeling pretty confident after having a hand in another competitor's demise.
Absolutely. So let's cue the song up. Wow.
Ring around the rosy, a pocket full of posies, ashes, ashes, we all fall down.
So the entire song plays for 8 seconds, and you can move as much movement as you wanted to move. So 3 and 5.
Yeah. So Utha's
Okay.
end up out here.
Ethel's got so far to go.
Yeah, I think Utha's just like leisurely jogging out of the track, kind of like brushing ash off of himself as he goes.
Right, for sure.
Well done. Vim leans over and kind of whispers as Utha crosses past them.
You're a bold one. You're pretty good.
You too. I think it's less about getting here first and more about making it at all, as it turns out.
I guess that's where the fun is, ain't it?
I like that view.
So looking back, Ethel, you can see the last of your group's contestants have entered into the track. And as they do, fire kind of bursts up from the ground in these last couple of hexes towards the entrance and seems to be chasing after them.
Okay, that's
But
not good.
You can choose how much you'd like to try to move this time.
Ethel is not fast, and she's getting really tired. So we're going 3 again.
3 for Ethel. Let's see how long it plays for.
Ring around the rosy, a pocket full of posies. Ashes, ashes, we all fall down.
So a full duration of 8 seconds. Ethel can move her full 3 movement. And people around her are like passing her at this point, screaming really, as they try to get around and away from that wall of fire.
There.
We can go to the 4th round now. Ethel, how far would you like to try to move this time?
I only need, is it 3 to get out or is it 2 to get out?
It would be 3 to get off the track, which is your
Then
goal.
yeah, we'll go for 3 again.
All right, sounds good.
Oh no, okay.
Come on, you can do it.
In chat.
Come on, Ethel.
All right, yes. So with 4, Ethel, you were able to make it off of the track. That song playing about halfway through. Behind you, you see a number of the contestants who look to be kind of expecting to make it because the song had been playing the full duration so many times in a row. Huge swaths of them get burnt to a crisp as they overestimated their ability to move.
Okay.
But the 3 of you have made it through Ring Around the Rosie. And are congratulated by Soul. It says you have all passed the test. Your patience has won out. Those that didn't make it have had their prize money added to your own. Your earnings will be that much greater. Look forward to the games to come and be proud of your accomplishments today. You are the chosen few. The cultists will escort you guys back to your dorm. And that is it for the Roll20 page. Feel free to stick around if you'd like to, but I think we're going to take it off stream. So you guys make it back to the dorm. People around you have a wide mix of emotions. Some of them look pretty shaken. Some of them are kind of giddy with excitement that they made it through, and they're kind of looking, kind of doing some math in their hand, counting how many people died and recalculating their prize money. It seems like you guys have each gone up to about 35,000 gold after all the casualties have been counted. About half of the overall number of contestants made it. Dinner is served. What would you guys like to do around dinner time?
Utha is actually going to kind of take a look around and see if we can find that half-elven lady who had chatted him up earlier.
Yeah, Ellie made it. She did make it. She'll congratulate you. She'll say, "You really moved in there. I was way too timid, but you just took off and ran. That was incredible."
I guess you're not so bad yourself.
The way you used that guy as a shield, that was pretty bold. Yeah.
Well, turnabout's fair play, I say.
I guess that's what it takes to win in these things, huh? Anyway, glad to have a friend like you here.
Yeah, friends. And you can kind of, Utha kind of like gives her a grin, but like with the way Black Dragonborn teeth are, they're kind of like all over the place. It's not really certain if he's like being like sincere or not.
Mm-hmm.
I am over in a corner practicing some sword forms. I don't have a sword, but I'm kind of practicing like the things. I am now a elven individual. Looks very put together. Clothes are definitely on the richer side of things. Some battle scars, but they look very old. So it doesn't look like this person has seen any action in some time, but there was action at one point. And they're just kind of like, he clearly has had training, but it seems like they're a little out of practice.
Ethel is kind of sitting on her bed, crying a little bit. And if anyone, eavesdrops on this moment, she's kind of like blaming herself for Lyra dying, and says that she's bad luck. Her farm's dead. Her farm's burned down. Now her friend has been burned down. Was the only person she talked to. It's clearly she is bad luck. She is convinced that is the reason that fiery things keep happening. It's her fault. So she's just having a moment by herself during that time.
Finn sees this crying and is over at the food, has loaded up one plate, sees Ethel, and then starts to load up a second plate, and then comes over with a plate and kind of just puts it in Ethel's lap and then sits down. You're not unlucky. Eat, you'll feel better, maybe. I mean, maybe not, but eating always makes me feel better.
That's worth a try, I guess. Just everything catches fire. If there's more fire, you're probably next.
I emerged from fire, and when I die, I'll return to it. I'm fine with that. And honestly, from fire to fire, that part of this doesn't scare me.
Well, the fire is very frightening for me.
You're probably a little bit less fireproof than I am, so fair. I don't know, you made it through today. Tomorrow will be good too.
Good is a choice. That's one way to look at this, I suppose. Ethel will eat something off of the plate. Just a little bit.
And as time passes, Vim finishes her plate, and then we'll look over at Ethel's. Are you gonna finish that?
You're welcome to it, I think. She'll just kind of push it over towards Vim.
Vim just gives a wink.
Point of order. I'm assuming my contraband dagger died with me.
You can keep it. It's cool.
Yay. Okay.
Donations persist for at least one death.
Fair.
As the evening kind of goes on, and you guys eat dinner and kind of, resolve some of your thoughts and feelings about what happened today, you do notice that the group of people, and as I mentioned, there's about 30 left, seem to be kind of grouping up, you could say. Groups of around 4. Some are larger, some are smaller. They're definitely grouping up. And can everybody get me an insight or perception check? Your choice.
What is insight? Intelligence?
Wisdom.
They're both wisdom. Yeah.
Wisdom. I'm good at wisdom. Okay. Well, good for a commoner.
6.
3. Okay.
I rolled a 1.
All right. So it sounds like 3 of you are deep in your plate and your own thoughts, kind of hiding away from the world around you, perhaps, or just thinking about other things. Yutha, as you look around, and you have an eye for people who are, we'll say combat ready, people who are fighters, people who are might be dangerous. You do notice that one of the groups has kind of banded together and is looking around, kind of scoping you and the other people here out, just like you're scoping them out. And your eyes will kind of lock on each other's with this fellow wearing very nice clothes, a big white gray beard. You guys lock eyes, he scowls at you, and then turns and whispers something to his fellows.
kind of raise my hackles at him, bare my teeth, and then go back to my dinner.
I'm gonna kind of gravitate over towards Utha and Ellie. And just kind of do you mind if I join you?
They're gonna stop you.
Good enough. You did well, Elia.
Sorry, can you repeat that? I missed that.
I said you did well earlier.
Well, if you're here, then I guess you did as well.
I do all right.
So what's your story?
Oh, I was quite the adventurer for a time. Lots of victories in battle and such, and then I retired and things got boring, and well, this is not boring.
Thrill seeker.
I
Same
suppose you could call it that, yes, but I do have the skills to back it up, or I did, anyway, at one point.
All right. Well, this will be interesting then.
And what about you? What brings you here?
Guess pretty much the same. Came here to have a good time.
Well, a time will certainly be had.
That it will.
Excellent. And I'll kind of like awkwardly sit down and look at my plate.
Yeah.
Utha will go back to eating, but every now and then he'll like move an eye over to that group that had like kind of stink item earlier.
The more you watch them, the more you're convinced that they are like sizing people up. Give me one more perception check as you watch them.
17.
All right. As you watch them, you see two of them fiddling with things in their pockets. You might even catch a glimpse of a dagger hilt.
All right, I'll make a mental note of that.
All right. So after a few hours of kind of dinner and small talk, the lights turn off, and you guys are clearly intended to go to sleep.
Should we set up some kind of watch? I say like quietly so that only the people around me can hear.
Might not be a bad idea. Saw a group over there. Think they may be up to you no good.
Well, I think we're quite equipped for that. And I kind of like reach behind me to like the back of my like pants and kind of like lift just the slightest bit of a hilt out and put it back.
Utha kind of like pulls aside his waistband and like lifts like the handle of like a club out from the side and just slips it back in.
Ah, very subtle. Excellent.
Bim shows up inexplicably at this moment, kind of pops her head up and says, "Oh shit, are we showing off contraband?" And
Sure.
Bim pulls out of their pants. We see the small handle of a knife from craft services. You all look like the kind. I liked your Bim looks to Utha. I liked your, pardon the poor choice of words for now, but I liked your fire in the first match, and I've been feeling more and more uncomfortable over the course of the day. Can we set up and then Bim kind of realizes maybe this is a group and then looks to the others. Watch, take turns. I've lived a lot on the road. I can handle myself, and I'm good for it.
And she comes with you, I'm assuming. And Alar kind of looks over at Ethel.
Bim gives like a very serious nod at that.
I kind of look over.
Phil's
at
asleep right now, so
I kind of look over to Utha, kind of like deferring to him as the leader.
Utha kind of shrugs and it's like, do it yourself. He actually kind of looks over to Ellie, who's, I think, he moved over like next to her bed and is like, what do you think?
Oh, yes, Ellie says, well, I don't know. It does feel a little bit tense in here, but I don't think we're in any danger, right? The cultists, I'm sure, wouldn't do anything to us or put us through some sort of a game while we're sleeping.
Oh, I'm not worried about the cultists.
What?
It's other players. You literally just saw most of us pull contraband out of our pants.
Well, yes, but oh, wow, you really think they would just try to kill us at night? Why are we praying for a fight? We're all players here. We should just talk to them. We should tell them that we can all win together. I mean, 35,000 gold each is a lot of money. I could do almost whatever I want with that much.
Well,
Where did you find her? She's very cute.
Oh, I didn't find her. She found me.
Hi, I'm Ellie.
Hi, Ellie. I don't think that everyone is going to be amenable to that. And you'll probably get stabbed if you try.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll defer to your judgment. You seem a little bit more suited to this sort of thing than me. I didn't realize we were going to get killed here. That was a little bit unexpected.
Good point. Was anyone made aware of that provision prior to this?
How well known is like the reputation of the Dragon game, like outside of people actually go in?
Not really known at all. I wouldn't say you'd heard of it before you were told about it, and they didn't tell you that it was deadly. They just told you that it was an opportunity for those who had nothing to lose and everything to gain.
Can't say I'd heard of it.
And Marco, if this is okay, I'll say that Bim just kind of nods grimly and looks at Ellie and kind of like puts a gentle hand on their knee. Yes, but yes, and I came here knowing that.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll just be relying on you then. Keep me safe and I'll keep you safe, right? That's what friends are for.
I wish more people here were like you.
Yeah, we'd all make out fine if we could all just get along.
Alar rolls their eyes.
just hear a really loud like snore from over where Ethel is sleeping right now.
Right. So it sounds like I know Vim is in the general area as everybody else. Ethel would be snoring. I think you and Vim were talking, so I'm going to put you guys near each other as well. Sounds like the whole group has kind of chosen beds that are somewhat near each other.
Yeah.
Also, I didn't mention this earlier, but some of the casualties in the games were other characters of yours. Rest in peace, Tirida, Gazu, Avialor, and Lyra. Their names don't go up anywhere. Nobody says anything about them. But I just thought you guys would like to know.
Can you say one more time which those were?
Yes, Tirida. I'm probably going to butcher these, but forgive me. Gazu, Avialor, and then of course, Lyra perished in flames on screen.
Okay, cool.
Kirita absolutely died because they did 8 every single round. Every single round. 8.
Yeah, how did Gazu die?
Probably similarly.
Okay, just rushing it, absolutely. How about Avialor?
A VLR was probably like I'm assuming like these were in like these characters were in like separate groups
Yes.
from ours.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'm gonna say a VLR died. I think they probably like slipped on someone's ashes
Oh.
and stumbled when the song ended.
Gotcha. An unfortunate accident that resulted in flames. Well, rest in peace, those characters. Hopefully they're the last to die. Sorry,
No.
that's a bad joke. All right, so we're back in the dorm with you guys having kind of chosen beds that are somewhat near each other. And the lights go off and you hear kind of whispers and muttering kind of almost echoing in the room with no other sounds, right? It's very, very easy to hear people kind of shifting in their beds or talking quietly. Did you guys set up some sort of a watch?
Yeah. Except
Vim
for Ethel, who's
volunteers.
already asleep.
Right.
Vim volunteers for third watch with a note. I can never sleep through the night anyways, so I don't mind the mid shift.
I don't sleep, so there's that. I can take anything needed.
I can do
Alright.
whatever.
Well, why don't
So-
I take first watch then? Then you all can get some rest, and then I'll wake Utha up when it's time.
Suits me.
All right, so it sounds like Alar is on first watch. So you kind of are maybe in your bed, but with your eyes and your ears open. Pay attention to what's going on. As you listen, you definitely hear whispers. There's a group kind of parked near you in some beds, and they're kind of sharing plans what they're going to do with the money. You hear a kobold voice talking very excitedly. I mean, hushed, but like excitedly, right? It's very audible at night with nobody making any noises about how they're going to finally be able to afford some components for a spell that will give them actual dragon wings. And they could not be more excited about that. A kind of a deep, throaty voice responds that that's a stupid idea. And they should find something better to do with their money. What they can do with wings, right? And that sort of thing. People here have a mix of concerns. Some of them are very, very scared. You hear some crying from a corner. Someone else kind of whispering a prayer to themselves over and over again. But your watch passes relatively uneventfully besides that stuff. And you're gonna wake up who next?
Utha.
Utha, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, so Utha, you kind of you're roused. Do the same thing probably, either sitting in your bed or lying in it, listening.
Yeah, Utha's probably gonna Utha is probably actually going to like sit upright in his bed so that he can like have a decent vantage point and like scan the area, but like in particular paying attention to like where he might have seen the group from earlier that it was like side-eyeing him, like where they had gone.
Yeah. So it's very dark in here. And as a dragonborn, that's probably a little bit of a hindrance. But you can make me a perception check, maybe with disadvantage because of the very, very dark lighting conditions.
Sure. Like a 14.
That's awesome. Yeah, so as you are sitting upright in your bed, kind of very much alert, you mostly hear sleeping sounds from around you. Your party is largely peacefully asleep. You hear like the kobolds snoring disproportionately loudly, and a few other kind of people around you. As your watch continues, you do hear this sound from across the hall where you noted that one group was. It sounds like people trying to get out of their beds very quietly, but you were listening for it, so you hear it.
All right. I'm going to keep my eye like locked in that direction to like see if they come in.
Yeah. So you can't like, yes, so you can kind of see vague shapes. It's very, very dark, right? So fuzzy shadows, more or less. There's a very, very little lighting. But you do hear the sounds of people kind of getting out of their beds. A few moments later, you hear kind of a sleep-heavy voice, clearly audible but kind of quiet. It says, "Hello, can I help you? What do you want?" A couple of whispered words after that.
All right. Utha is going to stand up out of bed, but he's not going to like walk forward. He's going to like kind of get ready in case like something happens.
Yeah. I think at this point, everyone is woken up by a scream. Why? And then kind of this gurgle as someone is clearly harmed. And we can kind of go into initiative there. It's not exactly a fight per se, and we're not going to roll initiative, but we're going to kind of be in rounds, if that makes sense to you guys. So we'll have Utha act first because you're up, watching this all happen. The rest of you are roused from your sleep. And what does Utha do as that kind of the gurgling scream reverberates in space?
What are the beds made of? Are they just like basic wooden frames?
Yeah, they're wooden frames with like a straw pallet.
Okay, and are they like bolted to the floor, or can they like kind of be moved around?
No, they're freestanding.
Okay, Utha is going to flip his bed over and sort of like make a little makeshift barricade out of it, and then he's going to call the others. It's happening. Get ready.
All right. So Utha's flipped his bed over. Let's see. We'll go next to Alar. You're kind of woken by that same scream. Utha is flipping beds. What do you want to do?
I'm going to yank my dagger out of my back pants area. And can I see what's happening? I to be cliche, I have dark vision.
I mean, how dare you? No. For sure. Yeah, you can see as you have glance over at the sound of the scream. You can see in like shades of gray, but clearly outlined, a group of 4 people in bed who are now kind of startled. One of them has a group of like 2 people next to them with 2 other people standing behind them. So like a pack of 4 with 2 next to the person in the bed. One of the people who's standing next to the bed is leaning over. You can't see what they're doing because they're like back facing you. But you hear the gurgling sound from the other side of them. It's pretty obvious what they've done.
Cool. So this is so stupid. So Alar hasn't seen action in many, many years. Gets a little overexcited. And he's gonna shoot a firebolt at the guy that just killed somebody. Beautiful.
Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, roll your to hit, absolutely.
Boom! It's a 19 to hit.
Jeez. Okay, yeah, absolutely. And a D10.
For 10 points of fire damage.
Okay, I mean, so this guy who was leaning over the bed, who clearly had done the deed, was a dwarven fellow. Do you want to describe for us what that looks like?
Yeah, so Alar kind of like shoots up, grabs his dagger, sees what's happening, and just goes, ha-ha! And just shoots fire at the guy. And then just goes, that wasn't very sportsmanlike.
Yeah, the dwarf goes up in flames, kind of screaming as he falls. Everybody is now clearly awake. I mean, the firebolt was incredibly bright in this dark space, right? So everybody saw this flash of light and then ongoing kind of glowing from the dwarf. The people who are next to the dwarf whirl around, orienting on Alar. And one of them shouts, "You're next!" And they begin to run towards you. What does Vim want to do?
Vim is going to try to fake this group out who's rushing. So in the kind of chaos and the shouting, Vim also jumps up to their feet, and she's not yet pulling out that kitchen knife that she has. Instead, Vim will cast Thaumaturgy and try to make the sound of a bunch of weapons unsheathing ring out right behind the group that is rushing towards Alar now. And then Vim will shout out, "You've got worse problems behind you."
Nice. Let's see. You're casting that as like a... I'm sorry, you're an elf. No? Tiefling, I'm sorry.
Tiefling.
Right. So I think it would be charisma as your spellcasting ability
Yes.
for that. So let's give you a charisma check to see how convincing, how realistic, how believable those weapon noises are.
Beautiful.
If you have deception, you can add that proficiency bonus.
Vim is a charisma character with deception and persuasion, so either of those works.
Nice.
This is, am I proficient in, actually, I'm proficient in deception and persuasion.
Yeah,
That is
so
a
we'll let
19.
yeah. Nice, awesome. Right, so the entire room is like startled as actual weapon sounds kind of echo in the space, a huge number of them, way more than makes any sense at all. If you're thinking about it, behind these folks, and they all kind of freeze in place and turn to look. The people in the beds behind them, whose friend they just probably killed, are like waving their arms like, it wasn't us, please don't kill us, please don't kill us. They look very startled, and they definitely aren't moving anymore, though they're on edge. What does Ethel want to do?
Ethel is very confused at first and is just like, Wesley, is that the cows? And like sits up and realizes quickly that it's dark and that's not the cows. But she hears all these weapon sounds and wants to like hide behind her bed.
Sure,
It's
yeah.
very scary. She has a rock. Like she does not have any sharp objects. She has a rock. So she's gonna hide.
All right, yeah, give me a stealth check. We'll see how well you can hide under your bed.
That's a 9.
A 9. Okay, I mean,
Not
it's
well.
dark, and you can just roll off your bed and under it because you were just in bed before, you weren't standing up or anything. So you feel like you're somewhat hidden. You're definitely not obvious. Maybe your feet are sticking out. In any case, following that, of the 3 remaining antagonists, we'll call them, one kind of steps back towards one of the people in beds and says, "Oh, you want to fight, huh?" And he grabs that one and tries to slash him with the dagger. Oh my goodness! And absolutely tears into the fellow who dies screaming. The other 2 will charge at Alar, kind of running past Vim and Ethel in their beds. They do have to dash to get there, but they kind of both land next to Alar with weapons drawn.
Mm-hmm.
That is that round.
Oh, okay.
I guess Ellie could act here. She would jump up and run to the other side of the beds from them, just screaming and startled. And we'll go back to Utha at the top. The other people in the room don't seem to be reacting. They're kind of watching what's going on.
Okay.
Really quickly, we did just get another donation for a whisper. However, it was anonymous, and it doesn't look like it says who the whisper was for. So if you would like to put that in chat, we can get that going.
Nice. So right, it's a clue for one person. We'll roll randomly if they didn't specify. So we'll have Caitlin be 1, and then the rest of them will be roll 20 ordered. Why would it be 4d4? Anyway, it's 3. So Andria's going to get that whisper for next game, and I'll go ahead and do that after this, but you've got a whisper coming to you, Andria.
Oh, that was Logan.
It was for Ethel. It's from
Nice,
Logan.
nice. Awesome. Thank you, Logan. Cool. All right. So remind me just after this that's a thing, but I've got it in chat to remind myself as well.
Okay. We also did
right.
just get advantage to someone. I don't know if it's just not telling me who. Whoever just gave advantage, also please put it in chat. I'm very sorry. I don't know why it's not telling me. Continue.
So Utha, you are next. There are 2 antagonists kind of basically on top of Alar with blades drawn. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, and this is Ellie right here. Yeah?
Exactly. She's kind of hiding behind you. I'm not really sure what to do.
Well, once I get control of my token, I would like to move here.
Oh gosh, dang it.
Next to Alar.
Sorry.
And I would like to what I'd like to do is I'd like to kick Alar's bed into their shins to kind of like knock them off balance.
Yeah, definitely. Give me like an athletics check, we'll say.
Sure. It's a 23.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, why don't you describe it for us, how you do it, and I'll give you the consequences for that.
Yeah, so I think Utha kind of sees these 2 individuals like run up on Alar, and he just strides up next to Alar and like lifts one of his legs and just shoves it into the side of her bed to like propel it directly into their legs.
Nice. Yeah, and we'll have them have to make dexterity saves to stay on their feet. That seems fair to me. So 1 for each. Okay, they both plummet to the ground, now prone, knocked off of their feet by the flying bed. Excellent. Okay, so that was Utha's action, we'll say.
And I
You
think
can move
as
a
a
little more if you'd like.
as a free action, I just like roar at them.
Nice. Absolutely.
The advantage was also for Ethel. I'm sorry, the fulfillment notes aren't showing up in the report for some reason. So if you're giving something to a specific character, you may have to put it in chat.
Nice. Ethel is blessed. Or it's not blessed, that's the other one. But the point is, up next is Ayla.
So there is one like right up on me, right?
There are two on you who have just been knocked over by Utha's powerful bed kick.
So they're prone is what you're saying.
I am saying exactly that, yeah.
Cool. I'm a stab one.
All right, go for it. You do have advantage, of course.
Yes, and I have a dagger.
Mm-hmm.
Is it just a dagger? Or is it a +1 dagger?
It is a +1
Plus
dagger.
1 dagger. Okay. So that's not great. Then that's a natural 1. So we'll go with the not great one. That's a 9 + 4, 13 to hit.
That will hit, yeah.
Okay. All right. Nobody has armor. Ha ha ha. For 2 points of damage.
All right, yeah. There was a dragonborn fellow and a human woman. Which one would you like to have stabbed?
Which one looks more like competent with their weaponry? Which one was the one? Oh no, the dwarf was the one that killed somebody already. Which one? Yeah. Do either of them look like they're holding their weapons more like confidently or anything like that?
I'll say the dragonborn is a little bit like bigger physically, but the lady seems to know more what to do with her dagger. Like when she fell over, she was smart enough to like hold her dagger away from her body as she fell, whereas the dragonborn kind of almost stabbed herself. All right, cool, nice. 2 damage does kind of draw blood from her. She does not look good, though she is definitely still alive and very angry.
Also, Vim, you just got advantage.
Awesome. Thank you, whoever donated.
That was Andrea.
Awesome. Okay, and then we will go to Vim next.
Also, we just got another anonymous donation for an advantage, but it doesn't say who it's for. Please put it in chat.
Vim will step forward slowly towards this shit show happening with the rest of the group. And there's this rare grim intention in her eyes, but it's more that she is angry that this is happening. And with the dagger, she's going to strike at the Dragonborn who has not been injured yet.
Yeah, go for it. You have advantage because he's prone.
Hey, I love that. That is a 19 to hit.
Definitely hits, yeah.
And so with, that's only going to be 2 points of damage though on the Dragonborn. And as Vim goes to strike, she will say in a voice loud enough for basically everyone in this area to hear, "This is retribution for your unwise actions. We will fight each other enough tomorrow. Let's all sleep and be done with this madness tonight."
Give me an intimidation check with that.
Hell yeah. Intimidation, that's just gonna be a 14.
All right. Yeah, I'll give them some rolls here. Okay, I mean, the Dragonborn who you just stabbed looks at you with some fear in his eyes, definitely kind of reconsidering his life choices. The woman kind of sneers at you and brandishes her dagger tighter, I guess. Looks like you intimidated one of them, perhaps. Whoever that means.
Got another advantage. Also anonymous. Also not assigned. Please put your choice in chat if you can.
I mean, if we don't get assignments, we can just give them to their characters.
I think it might be a difference between the mobile app. Sure. I see. If it's anonymous, you can't leave a message. That makes sense.
Right. Okay. Well, cool.
Thank you.
We've got to
so everyone gets one advantage, including Marco. Why would you do that?
Just want to spread the love.
So everyone gets one advantage, and I think, Marco, that's either a extra d20 before the roll or a d6 after, right?
Right. That is how we're doing inspiration. Yeah. Okay. Excellent. So that was Vim. Next up is Ethel.
There's like fighting like right next to me or something.
Yeah, there's
in my area.
Assailants who are now prone and have both been stabbed, but are still alive. Next to you, with your friends kind of engaging with them. On the other side of the room, you can hear one fellow who's just stabbed one person. That doesn't sound good over there either.
Ethel just wants to hide. Does there seem to be a direction that I mean, Ethel can't see. It's dark. She is an old lady who can't see very well anyway.
Mhm.
So I guess she wants to just kind of try and like go away from, like, is there a direction that sounds less scary?
Yeah, totally. So, I mean, yeah, you guys are kind of like on one end of the room, both of these kind of fights that are happening. So you could just like book it to the other side of the room. There are people over there, but they don't seem like active combatants.
Okay, yeah, she's gonna go that way. She's like, okay, there's fighting here, and I don't want to fight people. So she's gonna try and like crawl across the room or something to get away from the danger and the violence.
Sure. Yeah. And as you crawl, you hear like a voice whisper out of the darkness says, "Over here, quick."
Yeah, she'll go that way. That sounds fine.
Yeah, you see a human man and a tiefling woman kind of cowering. They've flipped both of their beds and they have like a V that points towards the commotion.
Mhm.
And the man is beckoning you to come behind their beds.
Yeah, Ethel will go over there and hide with them.
Yeah, the man will kind of pull you in and check you for wounds. And he probably would have a conversation with you, but we're in rounds. So that's all he gets to do for this round. But Ethel seems safe, relatively speaking.
Hopefully.
Ellie is going to take a page out of Utha's book and try to, I guess, shove the bed into the already prone woman. She does manage to do it. She kind of I guess she lifts up one of the ends of the bed and then kind of drops it on the lady, causing 1 point of bludgeoning damage. The lady gives off an oof. Seems okay. Ellie probably seems extremely uncomfortable and terrified while she's doing this. And after that would be Utha.
All right. I think. All right. So what Utha's going to do, seeing Ellie get in on the action and drop a bed on this woman, he's going to. Is she still on the ground?
The lady is on the ground. Yes.
Okay. Utha is going to. Let's see. Where am I in relation to her? Okay, so Utha is going to.
Okay, I realize I might have skipped them actually.
Yeah. Okay. If you want to.
My bad.
Yeah. Go ahead.
For sure. So Utha's planning something. The lady is going to crawl up, pushing the bed off from her. And I guess she's got people she wants to attack. Ellie is the nearest person who just wounded her, so she's gonna stab Ellie. It's a regular dagger attack. It's a critical hit. So she rams the dagger into Ellie's chest. She could theoretically fail to kill Ellie with a crit, but does not. Ellie kind of sinks to the ground, blood streaming out of the wound, and sags to a lifeless prone form. The Dragonborn man stands up, seeing his friend kind of get in that solid hit. Will shout, "You don't scare me!" And we'll attack Vim with disadvantage because he is scared. And he completely misses, his dagger swinging far wide of Vim. After that would be Utha.
All right. So Utha was originally going to try and get this Dragonborn under control, but this lady just killed Ellie,
Mhm.
who I wouldn't say he was friends with per se, but she was okay, and that's enough for him. So Utha is going to I think Utha is going to jump up onto the bed and then go around and like try and tackle the woman onto the floor.
Sure. Yeah. Is your intent to like do damage or like restrain her?
Guess to do damage.
Okay, sure. Yeah. We'll call it an armed strike if that makes sense.
Yeah, so he's like going in claws first, I think.
Go for it.
Cool. 16.
Absolutely. And she is at a hit point total where that could be lethal or non-lethal, but you're definitely gonna take her down. Do you want to describe for us what that looks like?
Sure. So he's going to like, I guess like jump up onto the bed, run across the straw mattress, and then just like do a flying tackle on her. And then like, I guess he's also going to like try and bite at her to like try and get her.
Sure. Yeah, and he does. She falls underneath Utha and eventually lies still as he tears into her or whatever it is that he's Teeth, right, Terry? Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yep.
Great.
Claws and teeth.
All right. After Utha would be ALR.
Okay, so I was in melee with the woman, but she's dead now. I'm not in melee with the guy, the dragonborn, right?
You're like across the bed from him.
Okay. I kind of don't. What color is he?
He is a brass dragonborn, which I know is not the most helpful thing if you're asking.
Is that the fire one?
And me thinking I know D&D has to look it up. Brass is, gosh dang it.
I think it is
fire. Yes, fire. You're right.
Okay, well then I'm not going to try to set him on fire. I'm going to stab him with my dagger.
All right.
And he's standing up now, right? So
He's now standing up. Yeah.
Plus 15.
That hits.
Okay. He takes 4 points of damage.
All right. How do you do that?
I'm gonna take the dagger and try to go in between a couple of ribs and just kind of like what I just saw them do to Ellie, but just in reverse.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it's a good stab. The dragonborn falls, clutching at the wound. After Alar would be Vim. And the guy who was on the other side of the room is now approaching. He has his dagger ready.
Vim will, unafraid of him, begin swaggering forward and will kind of close the distance between herself and this new assailant. But they don't strike yet. Instead, using thaumaturgy to actually make their voice echo throughout this entire room, will shout, "You have every opportunity to cease this. We could get some sleep and kill each other tomorrow. Why are you so ready to do this now?"
Yeah, you could be persuasion or intimidation. Both are perfectly valid for that, I think.
Let's do persuasion.
Yeah.
And I will use my advantage.
Nice.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrea. Okay. It is, however, a 9.
Okay. Yeah, for sure.
Oh, 11, actually.
11. Okay, nice. So we'll give him a D20 roll, see how he feels about that. Oh, I mean, you have a great line as you swagger up to him. His two friends bloody behind you. He just glowers at you and raises his dagger to strike as you approach. And strike he does with that readied attack. But I think he will actually manage to miss with just a 9 to hit.
Yep.
All right,
Good
Vim,
old
Dane
10
gets him out of
AC.
the way. Nice. So that was Vim's turn. After that would be Ethel.
I'm hiding with some people. Do
Yeah.
they seem nice? Are they gonna try and stab me?
The man says, I'm Henry. I'm really glad you made it over here. It sounds like a bloodbath over there. What's going on?
I'm Ethel, and someone got set on fire because they stabbed somebody, and now everyone's fighting, and it's really scary over there.
Well, I hope nothing like that happens over here. These people seem pretty tame.
Well, that's good. That's good. I'm gonna stay over here then, if that's okay.
Yeah, and while you're crouching over there, you hear like a group kind of over to your left, I guess. One of them is saying, "We should do something. We can stop this." Another one's saying, "It's not our place. Just sit tight. We're in this to win it, remember?"
Yeah, I'm with those people. Yeah, Ethel's just gonna keep hiding back here.
Makes sense. All right, so we'll go to the next round. The man with the dagger in front of Vim, who had that raid action last round, is going to strike out again with his dagger. Seemingly in desperation, he knows he's vastly outnumbered. Actually, he's smarter than that. What kind of an idiot goes up 1 versus 3? He's going to kind of put the dagger away, raise up his hands and say, "You know what? You're right. This was all a terrible misunderstanding. I'm sorry. My temper got the better of me. One of them said something really, really offensive to me earlier today. So you're right. All debts are paid. This is all fine with me if you're fine with just letting bygones be bygones."
Bygones are most certainly not bygones. I will not be putting this aside, but we can be done for now.
He kind of tips his hat to you, puts his, as I mentioned, puts his dagger away, and I guess walks away. Do you take your opportunity attack?
No.
Okay, cool. So unless anybody has anything else they want to do, that would be the end of combat nominally.
I set him on fire. No, I'm kidding.
I mean, you can do that.
I'm kidding.
This is D&D. All right. So as the combat kind of settles down, there are like what, 5, 6 bodies on the ground in various states of deadness. They're all on the spectrum of being dead. I don't know what that means. The point is they're all dead. And a few moments like afterwards, maybe half of a minute, the door kind of opens up, the lock clicking open, and cultists funnel into the room. The lights turn on, which is causes you all to blink, even if you got their vision. You blink, to clear your eyes. The cultists kind of funnel in. They grab all those dead bodies and cart them out of the room. Two of them per body. I'm leaving behind blood smears. A couple other cultists come in and quickly begin to clean up. Soul walks in after those the kind of initial group of cultists and says, "Is anyone injured? Does anybody need medical attention?" No? Good. Have a good night's rest. We'll see you in the morning.
Could you leave the lights on?
I'm sorry, we cannot.
Just one, maybe?
He turns and walks out with the rest of the cultists as they're done cleaning. The door clicks locked and the lights turn off.
It's worth a try. Oh, do you guys want to go meet my friends? Ethel says to the people she hid with.
Oh, I guess were they involved in that fighting?
Yeah, but they're like cool. They're nice.
I don't know. Somebody who could fight somebody. We saw the bodies, right? You saw them. They were all stabbed and burnt.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
The tiefling lady will kind of speak up and say, "Look, if someone can stab and burn people, we need to be their friends." And the man Henry says, "You know what? You're right. I'm sorry. I was letting my fear get the best of me. Let's go meet your friends."
Well, Ethel's gonna kind of, slightly blindly stumble back to her bed. And once it's like, is everyone alive and okay? I made some friends. They're really nice people. They didn't stab me.
Well, we did lose one. What was her name again? And I turned to Utha.
It was Ellie.
Who's Ellie?
Oh, yes, you were asleep, I think.
Oh, right. Well, this is Henry and I've already Claire. Yeah, they're really nice people. They don't stab people in the dark.
I do suppose the bar is that low here. Vim, Mother Elephant, nice to meet you. And she sticks out a hand.
Yeah, they'll clasp your hand. Henry's a little bit hesitant. He seems afraid of all of you. Claire just reaches out, grasps your hand, and says, "It's a pleasure. I hope that there won't be any more stabbing or burning tonight."
Well, I hope not, or else I'm gonna have to set someone else on fire, and I just kind of roll over and get ready for bed.
Henry has a pretty massive nervous laugh about that. It's awkward and obvious. It's that's yeah, it's funny.
And I'll go back into my trance.
All right, yeah. Does anybody else want to do anything before you guys just kind of sleep through the night or resume your watch schedule?
I think Utha, for the rest of his watch schedule, will just glower at the door where that last remaining attacker went through until it's time for Vim's turn on watch.
Oh, the attacker didn't go through the door. He went back to his bed.
Oh yeah, he's just gonna glare at him as he's sleeping, just from across the room.
Sure, yeah.
For the rest of his watch.
Yeah, I mean, he seems to be sleeping soundly, like a jerk. But yeah, so the rest of the night does pass uneventfully. I mean, you wake up in the morning, lights turn on, food is brought in steaming piles, all kinds of fare you can imagine. There's egg and meat and vegetables and coffee and tea. and juices and all that stuff. So it's a wonderful breakfast banquet. Soul will come in and tell you all that your per person prizes have increased dramatically after the night's events. You are each up at, what is it, like 50,000 gold? Something like that. I'm not doing math, but something like 50,000 gold each, which elicits some kind of cheers or smiles from some people. Others seem to be a little bit dreading that number going up further, because it's become clear what that means. And yeah, I guess Soul will walk in after you guys have had a chance to eat some breakfast, and we'll address the group and say, are you all ready for today's game?
Uve doesn't answer. He's just like, he's still like glaring daggers at the at the guy from last night.
Yeah, the guy looks over at you, sees you glaring at him, and kind of smirks a little bit. Like one side of his mouth tips upwards, and a little bit of a half smile. Then he looks back over at Soul. Soul kind of clears his throat and says, "Excellent. Then we shall get underway. No sense in wasting time." Yes, you have an excellent game today. Really a fantastic trial of everything you have to offer. You will be put to the real test, and those who are worthy will pass through. Follow me. And he kind of opens the door. Cultists line up around you to guide you out the door and onwards deeper into the place.
Do I get my secret whisper? Well, this is a thing.
Yes, you certainly do. Let me pull that up for you. Thank you for reminding me.
Grandma Ethel loves secrets.
And we're doing it on Discord, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, cool. 1 second.
Did everyone sleep all right? Are we good? Did you get enough sleep?
Of course.
That's good.
Of course, to be fair, I require very little.
Oh, well, I require quite a lot.
Did you get enough sleep?
I think so.
Excellent.
Do you trance, or, well, you trance, but do you dream when you trance?
Only when I want to.
Do you get to choose what you dream about?
I believe some have that skill. I haven't bothered to train for that.
If I could choose my dreams, it would always be of new places.
Interesting.
All right. So you guys are led kind of again down those hallways, take some different turns this time, not descending exactly. Definitely traveling pretty far away from the dormitory. You are escorted by cultists as always. After maybe like 20 minutes of walking, so very, very long tunnels, a lot of roundabout stairways, that sort of thing. You kind of come to this much larger chamber. It's a big room. It's been kind of divided by walls that go floor to ceiling. Maybe it's like 30 feet tall, the ceiling above you. And there's these kind of walls that partition it into 4 distinct segments. And in each segment, you guys can see there are a series of obstacles that have been erected. They seem to be powered by magic. You see like platforms that are floating in the air and moving around. You see things that are like spinning. You see curtains of fire. They're just kind of pouring down from above. You see acid splashes, whirling blades, scything traps, all sorts of kind of crazy, clearly diabolical trials that await you. Soul will kind of turn as you get there and say, "Welcome to your next game. Here you will be tested on a trait of your choosing. You may choose timing, balance, might, or endurance. Whichever choice you make will determine which track you travel down and what obstacles you face. Good luck. And there are, I guess you guys in a group, maybe sticking together, are kind of towards the front of the line. There's one person in front of you. It's that kobold who was so excited last night. He's in the front of the line, looks pretty eager. He's really excited to do this, and will kind of snap choose balance. Seems to think he's quick. He's kind of directed towards the second kind of partitioned area. And you guys looking into that section, you can see that the first trial is a kind of like a thin beam he has to walk across, and below that is a pit of lava. The kobold kind of dashes across the beam without much trouble. The next section, you can see it's a little far away, it's like maybe 30 feet ahead, making out details a little bit harder over there because there's lots of like smoke in the air. But you can see there's like this part of the floor that like slants back and forth, kind of rocking. And on either side of it are like these kind of acid falls, these kind of curtains of acid. And you see the kobold kind of leap onto the rocking platform, stumble, and roll off the side through a curtain of acid. And the last thing you hear from the kobold is a little scream. Souls is next. Who would like to go first?
You said timing, balance,
might, and endurance.
Well, Ethel is willing to go next before she gets tired, so she's just gonna get it out of the way.
Sure. All right, Ethel, which path do you choose?
Well, she's not strong. She's not enduring anything. So, timing?
Yeah. So the first partition track, the first obstacle there in front of you, you stand like maybe on the edge of the platform, and maybe just like 3 feet away from that edge. So a very, very easy leap is a platform. The challenge seems to be that there are swords that are orbiting that platform, kind of in a rotating circle. There is space between them such that you probably could jump between them, but it seems to be tricky, and messing up the timing could be very bad.
Yeah.
So if you want to engage with that trial, you'd want to roll an intelligence check, and you could use history or investigation to gain proficiency on this.
Also, don't forget you have an advantage.
Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, intelligence is great. Yeah, we'll do it.
All right.
We'll Ethel will just really, really study the swords. The like ticket game at like arcades that just the lights spin around. You've got to like really watch it.
Right.
She's just studying it. Okay, that's a 15.
Nice.
Wait,
yeah,
and I get is this my lucky stone thing? I get like a +1?
Yeah, absolutely. It's an ability check, so it does count.
Okay, so the 16?
Yeah, I mean, you clear the gap, you time it just right. So you leap just after one of the swords pass. The next one doesn't even come close to grabbing at you. And then off that platform is a little staircase that leads you up and away from that circle of swords. So you can proceed to the next challenge.
Yeah, Ethel, stairs are hard for her, but she'll, slowly climb up the stairs.
Yeah, for sure. It's just a short staircase. You get to like this walkway. It's very high above the rest of the platform. The floor far beneath you, maybe 20 feet. And ahead of you, this walkway kind of continues. It's plenty wide. There's no balance involved. But you see that in your path is this sheet of fire. And it has these kind of 1 second interruptions as the fire kind of pours downwards, then stops, and then pours downwards again, right? So again, with the timing, trying to get in like between the flames, I guess.
Okay.
This is another, go ahead.
This seems harder than the swords.
Mm-hmm.
So I will use my advantage on this.
Absolutely.
I don't want to be burned alive. Fire is really scary for Ethel.
Mm.
She doesn't like fire.
Yeah, same check.
Oh God. Okay, that's an 18.
Nice. Yeah. Ethel kind of gets as close to the fire as you can while it's kind of pouring down, then stopping and pouring down, waiting for the right time, and then dashes through just as that fire kind of creates the opening.
Yes.
Some flames do lick at maybe the back of your clothes, maybe lighting your trailing edge on fire, but you are perfectly safe. You're able to stamp that out, no problem if you want.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
Moving ahead, you can see that you're almost to the exit. You can see the other platform on the other side with cultists on it, kind of waiting for people who make it through. Ahead of you, there are moving platforms. Like the walkway kind of separates, each kind of segment moving sideways out of line, and then kind of coming back together with an irregular interval. They kind of move with there is a pattern to them, but it's a long pattern. The timing for each kind of part of the pattern is different. Seems very difficult. You would have to kind of run just as they form that pathway and run very quickly, or try to ride one of the platforms as it departs and then run again when it comes back in. Far below you, maybe 15 feet below you at this point, is a pit full of spikes.
Oh dear. Can I take some time to like study the platforms to try and figure out the pattern?
Sure. Yeah,
Or-
we'll call that. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
we'll call
what
that an intelligence check as well. You also could use insight, I suppose.
I don't determine a pattern. I got a 3.
All right. Yeah, I mean, you think you have a pattern, then you realize that you have absolutely nothing.
Yep. Okay. Well, here goes nothing. Ethel will take a very deep breath and slow, like just like get to as close to the edge as possible of the first like part before taking a step onto the next moving thing. With a +1, that's a 16 again.
16. Wow. So Ethel kind of doesn't figure out the pattern exactly, but does notice that they come together and start setting off as soon as the first one comes into place. So she kind of crosses as each of the platforms move into place, and they kind of depart immediately after she leaves. But she manages to time it just right and does make it across that final walkway to the other side. You hear Soul from behind you kind of clapping and saying, well done, an impressive performance. Who's next?
Do you have a chair I can sit in, maybe? No? Okay.
The cultist you're like talking to doesn't react at all.
Am I allowed to sit on the floor? Like if Ethel just kind of like sinks to the floor, do they like yell at her?
No, she's welcome to sit on the floor, apparently.
Great. Ethel will just kind of like collapse onto the floor.
Sure.
Alar will stride forward and just that looks doable. All right. Timing as well, please.
Absolutely. Yeah. So Soul will kind of direct you to that first challenge with the swords kind of orbiting the platform.
Okay. And you said history counted, right?
Yes, history counts.
Cool. Okay, that's a 15.
Nice. Yeah, you can leap between the swords, easily clearing them with nary a scratch on you. You do hear like a cheer from behind you. Claire is kind of rooting for you. And you can climb up to that next challenge where the curtain of flame with brief intermissions in the flame itself.
Okay. 8.
Okay, so you do kind of run towards the fire. You run a little bit late, and it comes down on your back as you're trying to get through it. So you're going to take some fire damage. We'll see how much it is. Oh, it's only 4 fire damage.
Oh, okay. I'm not dead.
Right. Yeah, so flames kind of blanket your back, singeing you, probably lighting your clothes on fire. You're able to put them out, but that probably hurt a lot.
I'm bleeding from some of the burns, but I'm not dead. Okay.
Really little fighter under the ass.
Yeah. Exactly.
All right. Yeah, I mean, wincing perhaps as you proceed, but you are able to get to that next challenge. You see the moving platforms here kind of coming together and then moving apart. You could try to make another intelligence check to time that if you'd like.
Okay. 12.
Okay. Yeah. So you think you've got the pattern down, and you begin to run across it. You clear the first 3 of 5 platforms, but the 4th moves out of the way as your foot steps towards it, landing on thin air. Alar plunges 15 feet below, and with a sickening sound is impaled on spikes.
Oh. F.
I'm
Soul
having a
doesn't say
great
anything.
day. I am. This is fun.
Doing great. Doing awesome. These are the Dragon games. Soul doesn't say anything. Kind of turns around and says, "Next."
Utha will step forward.
Yeah, which one's for Utha?
Might.
All right. Directs you to that 3rd partition track. You can see ahead of you is a smooth incline slope with little tiny holes in it, like at certain places around or up the slope itself. They don't look like they can be footholds at all. You couldn't fit like the toe of a boot or even maybe your toes in them, but your fingers can probably fit. Looks like it's a challenge for your upper body, kind of pulling yourself up this slope that seems to be somewhat smooth.
Okay. Yeah, so
Yeah, if you want to try it.
I'm just supposed to start climbing.
Yeah, so it'd be athletics check, trying to like pull yourself up by your finger holds.
Cool. Would I get a bonus from using my claws?
I don't think so, because
Yeah.
they're big enough for fingers, and I think a claw might actually hurt you here because you want to like stick to it, right?
That's fine, yeah. All right, athletics. Ooh, 21.
Nice. Yeah, you easily pull yourself up, kind of just making it look effortless. Just ascending rapidly and finally reaching the top of that inclined slope. You hear again a cheer, Claire kind of cheering you on, whooping a little bit. Ahead of you, the walkway descends back down and then goes level. So you're basically just 5 feet above the floor at this point. In the next segment, there is a very, very wide pit. And you see this like caustic liquid kind of bubbling. It smells awful. In fact, it burns at your nose as you get a whiff of it. Leaning against the wall next to you are a number of very long metal poles.
All right, so guessing this is some kind of pole vault.
That's a very reasonable inference, yeah.
All right, just to test it out first, I'm gonna take one of the poles and like stick it into the liquid to see if anything happens to it.
Yeah, you stick it in. You don't see like bubbling or anything that would imply a reaction.
All right, well then, I guess I'll pole vault across.
All right, give me that same athletics or a strength check.
That is a 18.
18, nice. Yeah, taking a long running start and then charging forward and propelling yourself upwards and over the pit with that metal pole. You land on the other side without much difficulty at all. Yes, you've made it to the 3rd challenge of the Might track. Up ahead, you see it's kind of a little bit odd to picture. The right side of the pathway up ahead is like an incline slope, right? So you'd be walking across an incline slope. And in your path is a boulder. It's pretty sizable, looks to be quite heavy, but your path seems to be blocked. The slope itself is very slippery, unless you can push that boulder out of the way.
Oh, so I get the feeling that I'm supposed to push the boulder out of the way and not like up the incline.
Right, it's like the boulder, the incline is like across from you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we'll say there's like some kind of retaining wall, so the boulder can't move forward.
Okay, then I'll like kind of dig in and put my shoulder up against the boulder and give it a shove.
All right, athletics again.
Ooh. All right, so another 21.
Nice. Yeah, no problem. Shouldering that boulder aside and slipping past it. You do hear it kind of slam heavily into that slope behind you. It was extremely heavy, but you managed to shove it hard enough to get past it without much difficulty. And you reach the other side. You hear Soul again clapping from behind you, saying, "Well done, well done."
Yeah, I don't really say anything to him. I'm just like rolling my shoulder that I had pushed against, and I'll actually go find Ethel and sit down by her to wait for the others.
For sure. Yeah, makes sense. And Caitlin, timing-wise, is that now or do you want to do it after the rest of this?
After's fine.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So Soul will call out who is next.
I suppose that's me.
All right, Vim, stepping up. What do you want to do? Which track?
Vim's been taking a look at the tracks. Which one involves the most fire?
The most fire. Let's see. The only fire you've seen so far is on the timing track. Although there is a lava pit.
Ooh, Vim will go towards whichever one has a lava pit.
All right, that would be the balance track. The first part of that is a thin beam, like a balance beam over a pit of lava.
And this seems pretty ill-advised. Vim is bulky. She is built and stacked. So the fact that she's going over towards the balance course is strange, but she doesn't see anything else that feels good or right for kind of her body. And she likes fire. So here we are.
All right, nice. So to cross that balance beam is just a simple dexterity check. You can use acrobatics or stealth. Both are applicable here.
Vim will have no skills that are applicable to any of this.
All right, fair enough.
We're rocking with straight dice rolls for all of this.
Nice.
And we get a 14 on the first one.
That is enough. So you balance over that balance beam. The hot kind of wafting upwards air from the lava below would singe you if you weren't, resistant to that sort of thing. It smells very awful, but you make it across without a problem.
Vim takes in a deep breath, actually enjoying the smell of brimstone, and goes to the next obstacle.
For sure. Yeah, ahead of you, like the next segment of walkway has this rhythmic rocking back and forth, seems to roll. And then on either side, where a wall would be, you simply see curtains of acid pouring down from the ceiling. So staying kind of balanced as you try to cross it would be a dexterity check again with the same skills, but we know that's just you being brave out there.
Vim takes one last inhale of the brimstone, kind of lets that fire kind of course through their veins, and will try to walk across this balance beam, this rocking beam. 16.
That is good enough. You're a little bit unsteady, but you manage to keep your balance, kind of staying towards the middle of the rocking and avoiding any of those acid curtains. You do make it across. And ahead of you is perhaps the most intimidating thing that you've seen on this track or even heard on this track. It is a 20-foot long corridor of whirling blades, scything pendulums, stabbing spikes, and showers of acid that are intermittent and hard to predict.
And Vim takes a moment to kind of look at it, but isn't bothering to study it. They don't think that's the game here. And she'll put a hand on her chest and then a hand on her forehead and say, if I die, I return to the fire. And we'll roll a 9.
All right. So Vim does kind of walking into that first segment with some scything pendulum blades, ducks underneath one of them, but is caught by the second one, taking 6 points of slashing damage from that one.
Vim is still moving forward, but looks really rough.
Yeah. You managed to get past the scything blades, the pendulums and the whirling blades rather. And just up ahead of you are stabbing spikes and showers of acid. So we do need one more dexterity check.
And Vim is whispering, it is not blood, but fire that pours from my veins. Ugh. And we get a 5.
All right. So Vim, as you kind of try to dodge the showers of acid, you're not looking at where the spikes are stabbing out. And so as a panel of spikes protrudes from the wall, Vim is impaled on spikes.
We hear the words ashes to ashes ever so softly as Vim expires.
Rest in pieces.
Dead.
Right.
Well, I thought I guess it's just you and me now.
Don't talk to me. This is my fault. It's my curse. We're not friends. We're not friends. Please don't talk to me. No one. Stay away. Stay away. Everyone I love dies.
Well, all right then.
Right. Yeah. So With that, everybody in the party has made it across. Let's see how Claire does. We'll just roll some d20s for her. Oh, Claire dies immediately. She tried the might track, and she slides right off the slope and falls down into a deep pit. Who knows what happened down there? But you don't
Henry
hear it
make
anymore.
it?
That's a great question. Let's see how Henry does. Henry goes through the endurance track, so you can't see him in there. A lot of that is kind of hidden or behind walls, or underwater even. But he comes out surprisingly intact. He looks a little bit chilly. He's covered in water, and there's like some snow in his hair or something. He's shivering tremendously, but he seems fine.
Well, that's something, I guess. As Ethel has had a hard day.
Utha is keeping an eye out for that last attacker to see if like he makes it out of the course.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see. He chose the balance track. Let's give him some rolls. Okay. If you were watching him do it, you would see him kind of teeter a little bit on the balance beam. He gets singed by the acid on the rocking section, but takes not enough damage to kill him. You see like his right arm kind of bathed in the acid. He does cry out in pain. But then he manages to make it past the whirling blades and scything pendulums, all that kind of the quarter of death, dodging to and from, ducking like a trained dancer. So it does make it through to the other side.
Utha is just like,
okay.
He's still staring at him as he comes out of the corridor.
Yeah, he catches you staring at him and kind of gives you like a chin up, like a, yeah, what's up? You guys do see plenty of other folks perish in the trials. You hear screams, people are burned alive, they're melted, they fall on spikes. It's all just a horrible experience. At this point, about half of the party is left again. So from about 60, we're down to around 20, I think. Not exactly half, but around half. We're 20. And I think we wanted to go to a break here.
Yeah, so we're gonna jump off to a break for about 10-ish minutes. So please stick around. We will be back for the second half of Dragon Game shortly. Run to the bathroom, get some water, grab a snack, and we will be back in a minute or 10. We'll be back around 2:10-ish. All right. Thanks all. And welcome back, everybody. We are back for more. We are updating character names for those of us that have perished once again. There we go. And we are going to jump back into it. So, welcome back from break. I hope everyone had a nice couple of minutes. And I'm going to throw it back over to Marco.
All right. So we had completed the floor is lava, in case you hadn't gotten that name there. And looks like we did lose Vim and ALR in front of the curtain. Behind the curtain, we lost Frank and Trek, unfortunately. Do Andria or Rack have ideas for how those characters may have perished?
Yeah, I think Frank would have he would have gone with the timing track, and probably would have died in like the Hall of Swords, honestly.
It's rough.
You know,
Rough way to
probably
go.
Took a gamble on his step and completely whiffed it.
From the entrance, like which one would you say looked the flashiest?
It's a good question. I mean, it's tight contest between the flashing swords and also the tightrope walk across a lava pit, right? Those are pretty flashy, I think.
Yeah, so I feel like Trek would have tried to walk over the lava pit and would have tried to do it in a super like showy, like, oh, look at me kind of way, and just walked off of the balance beam.
No.
Not paying attention to where he was going.
Fair enough. All right. Excellent. So you guys are led back to your dormitory. Yeah, looking around, there's about 20 people left all told, as I mentioned. Yeah, we're gonna carry the charity donations. If your character did perish with a charity donation, you can carry it forward one character. So it persists one time.
So I don't have a dagger anymore.
That's true. That's true. Unfortunately.
That's fair.
I feel like you got some good use out of it, though. You know, you did do some stabos.
I stabbed
One
several
stabbo.
people.
Right. Excellent. So, yeah, you guys get back to your dorm. It's just Ethel and Utha left with Henry and Claire. Or sorry, Henry in tow. Did Claire perished? Didn't she?
Yep, Claire's
Claire
dead.
died.
Too bad for Claire. And yeah, you're served food. You're offered refreshments. What do you guys want to? Just Ethel and Utha left, I guess.
Yeah, Utha's just having his dinner quietly. You know, he's gonna like kind of sit kind of close to Ethel, but not like directly by her, out of like respect for her wishes. But like close enough that like if someone tries anything, he can still like act.
Yeah, I think Ethel is trying to isolate herself from everyone, including Henry. Henry also probably got a similar outburst of like, don't talk to me, I'm cursed. I'm the reason Claire died. You know, Ethel's having a really hard time. Lots of people die around her, and it's taking a toll on her emotional well-being at this point.
Right. Henry would say, I respect your wishes, but you're being superstitious. If we want to live, we must stick together. You must understand, this game punishes those who are on their own.
Well, it punishes people who are with people too.
That's true. That's fair. I can't disagree with that. Well, I suppose I wish you the best of luck. And he'll like go and sit somewhere else, I guess.
Ethel like looks at the food and it's like, Vim loved food.
So I think we have two characters. We'll say these characters lost their clique, if you will. The people they were with died. So now they are perhaps free agents looking to either group up or not. Do you guys want to bring those in for us?
Yeah, so Callista is a tiefling. She's green. And she's got her horns kind of like do like the curl and then go back. She is dressed a little flashy, nothing like tacky, but like definitely a little look at me. bright colors, that kind of thing. And she has what seems to be just like a set of gaming dice that she somehow managed to sneak in. That she's just kind of like turning around in her hand. Just kind of like, hey, want a game? No? Not feeling? Okay, yep. Game? Nobody's feeling it. That's so strange. It's just kind of wandering around.
And we see kind of off in, she's been smooching with another group of people and appears to have just wrapped up her conversation. This woman who is kind of small of frame with long, beautiful blonde hair pulled up and in a somehow still immaculate ponytail throughout all of this mess, and dressed with just so much style. And they kind of catch eyes with Callista and see these dice rolling through her hands. Are the games we're playing not enough for you?
Well, there's no such thing as too much gaming.
I don't know if I agree, but I do like a way to pass the time, and your style is, well, you have an amount of panache that really speaks to me.
And you see Callista kind of like looks you up and down, not in the way that she's checking you out, but more like she's casing a joint. Just kind of taking note of like your pockets and your like where you seem to keep things, that kind of thing. And she'll like have a seat and say, after you.
Why, thank you. And realizing what Callista is doing, Laura will sit down in a way such that the stiletto-style dagger strapped to the inside of their thigh is incredibly apparent. They are not concerned about anyone knowing they have this weapon. Like, she is 100% fine flashing this all over the place.
Since this is just flavor anyway, you very quickly get the knowledge that these dice are super weighted. So the game probably ends pretty quickly.
What do you guys bet in this dice game?
Honestly, I think because we don't have our money, I think Callista's just kind of doing it for like it's fun, it's a habit. I don't think they're actually betting anything as much as she's just enjoying getting one over on people.
For sure, yeah. Valid.
Better luck next time.
I can only hope. You do seem to be pretty lucky, though. Perhaps we rub each other's backs in the coming events.
Sure, yeah, all right. My group didn't do so hot, so I'm a bit of a free agent at the moment. You with anybody else right now, or?
No.
Okay.
And there's this grin at the corner of their mouth. She's been trying to make deals with everyone in this room.
Yeah, sounds good.
Glad to be with you.
All right, and Yutha, it seems like you've lost your group as well, with Ethel kind of pushing people away and the rest of them perishing.
Yeah, Utha's used to it. Just keeps to his dinner, occasionally glowering over at the guy he's been keeping tabs on.
Yeah, that guy now has another group that's formed around him. He's got the brown-haired half-elf, or a brown-haired half-elf, I should say. Henry, the kindly old man, also has gone over to that group. It seems like he's terrified of the man who did the attacking, but has managed to ingratiate himself over there somehow.
Not Henry.
All right, make a note of that.
As their game wraps up, Laurel still kind of surveying the room, making eyes with more people, and will take note of Uta, and will kind of nod to Callista. I have some other conversations, but it's been a pleasure.
Yeah, of course. Anybody else for a game? And she'll just kind of continue to make her way around, pumping up her ego by beating everyone at dice.
And Laura will take a seat next to, or take a seat nearby wherever Utai is. I saw you in the last game. You seem like someone who gets down to business and knows what to do to make things happen.
Sure.
Why don't we get down to business together and make this happen together? A business proposition, if you will.
Okay, I'm glad you specified that because I was about to ask. It's a bit crowded in here.
I guess for some, sure. But that's not, anyways. You watch my back, I'll watch yours.
Uzo will kind of like glance over at this new clique that's been forming around I guess his adversary, we'll call it.
Sure,
And he'll look back over at Laurel. I could work with that. Seem to made some people not very happy with me lately. So I could use the extra eyes.
Who's unhappy with you?
Old Whitebeard over there. The popular guy.
I tried speaking to him and he did not have time for me.
Well, I'm sure he'll make his way over eventually if you stick around.
I suppose if he's already not so thrilled with me, it doesn't hurt my odds to ally with you. Thank you for saying something, but I do think we can advantage one another.
I should point out, one over there, old guy, name's Henry. It's a bit of a pushover. Maybe you can sway him back over.
He's yeah, you know, I might be able to do something there.
I mean, as you folks are eating dinner, you got your plates of food, you're eating, you're conversing, you're kind of moving around, maybe finding people to eat with or talk to. Utha will immediately notice as your adversary, who is yet unnamed, does in fact, seemingly having finished his food, does like walk over. He gestures, and the rest of his new clique, his posse, we'll call them, do in fact get up and follow him, and they make their way over to your table, where you and Laurel are speaking. He kind of swaggers up, because apparently people are swaggering this game. That's just what they're doing. We don't walk, we swagger. And says, "I saw you in the Might Challenge. Nice work there. Real strong looking. But looks like you don't have any friends anymore. What happened to them?" "Oh, that's right. They all died. Man, that must be rough."
Well, lots of dying been going on lately.
True. Not enough, you ask me. Still far too many people in this game. You know, that 1.2 million gold pieces, I'm going to be the one that walks out of here with it. But I'll share it with my friends. Anybody who helps me get there, we can all share it evenly. I don't need the full 1.2 million. That's a ridiculous amount of gold. No. Tell you what, you're strong. Join me. Together we'll win this game. We'll crush anyone who gets in our way. And we'll split the gold.
I got a better idea. I rip your guts out. I eat your guts. And then I'll use your corpse as a coin purse to carry my 1.2 million gold home in.
That's an interesting idea there, friend. And a couple of the people in his clique do kind of step forward when you mention ripping his guts out. Henry doesn't. Henry's still behind him. He says, "That's an interesting idea, friend. I think you'll regret it come the next game. But good luck. And I hope you find some new friends who don't die so easily."
We'll see. I hope your new group here is a bit more up to snuff than your last one.
He smiles, and he and his group swagger away, with Henry kind of trailing behind them. On his way past, Henry kind of is sweating profusely and looks at you and kind of looks like he wants to apologize, stammers a little bit, doesn't end up saying anything, and just hurries to catch up with the group.
I gave Henry like a little mean look. Just like hurry him along.
He scampers away, absolutely. But yeah, dinner kind of proceeds thereafter. Do you guys want to do any more? Do you guys have any more networking to do for that time?
Can I? So I'm kind of just casing the room with my dice and my food. I'm gonna make my way over to Ethel, and just, ma'am, can I interest you in a little game, a little way to pass the time?
Do you want to die?
No. Is that a
Then
threat? You don't seem the type.
No. All my other friends have died.
Ah.
So you should probably just
Well,
not.
number of mine have died too. I mean, you didn't kill them, did you?
No. But all of my friends are dead.
Well, seems like you're in the market for new friends then, and I'll sit
except-
down next to her.
Oh.
Come on, just play a game with me.
Not really in the mood for games. I'm mourning.
Okay, well, I'll just do some solitaire myself. And I'll start kind of, I don't know, playing dice solitaire, kind of like trying to kind of interest her. But just sitting there playing my dice by myself. You sure? Quick round? Could be fun. All right.
I don't. I'm not really in the mood for fun.
Okay, well, hope you don't mind. I don't have many friends at the moment either. I'll just sit here with you for a bit.
It's your life.
And I'll go back to just hanging out with the dice.
Cool. All right. So by the end of the night, it sounds like Laurel and Callista have some kind of understanding, and Laurel and Utha have some kind of understanding. Did I read that right?
Yeah. And I'm just chilling with Ethel.
Right. Callista's chilling with Ethel, who explicitly does not want any friends because she might kill them. Okay. Got it. Awesome. Great. So that night.
I've just been through a lot.
That night, you guys are probably sleeping in beds. Well, so the three of you are probably sleeping in beds similar. Ethel might be sleeping by herself. And towards the middle of the night, you do hear some commotion from the other side of the room.
Is it coming from the area where the white bearded man would have bedded down?
It's not there. No, it's not far away though.
Okay. Utha's gonna sit up in his bed, gonna look in that direction, see if he can like make out what's going on.
Yeah, give me like a perception check with disadvantage. And anybody else who would be woken up by that or was on watch can do the same.
Yeah, I'll get up as well.
And if you have dark vision, it's a straight perception roll, we'll say.
11.
Okay.
18.
Nice. Yeah, so we'll resolve those in order. So Utha, you kind of are listening really carefully. You can't see much over there. It's a little far away. It's very, very dark. You definitely can see that there are shapes over there. But what you hear is like the sounds of somebody struggling, like bedding kind of shifting around. Nothing else really. And Callista looking out across the room, and I'm going to assume Callista has dark vision?
Yeah.
Okay, for sure. You see a couple of, like just two people leaning over a bed. And one of them is kind of bent over the bed. The other one is at the top of the bed. And they're moving a little bit like they're holding something that is moving.
Like they're trying to like smother somebody with a pillow kind of thing?
That would mesh with what you're seeing, yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna cast Thaumaturgy. And I'm going to amplify my voice. And I'm going to say, go back to bed or I will set all of you on fire. And then I'm going to say it again in Infernal.
Okay. Yeah, give us an intimidation roll, absolutely.
Natural 20.
Okay, for sure.
22.
All right, so you split some eardrums as your voice booms out, resounding in the space. Nobody's anywhere near awake moments after you begin. That message kind of ripping through the room. You see the figures on the other side that were doing that immediately kind of like jump back and scowl over at you. With everybody like waking up and like looking around, you hear some startled, "Hey, what are you doing over here? Get off him!" And that sort of thing. They will kind of put their hands up and walk back to their beds. Unsurprisingly, one of the people was, we'll call him Whitebeard because that's what he's named now. I had a name here, but that doesn't matter. His name is Whitebeard. He kind of puts his hands up, smiles at you as he walks back to his bed and says, "Just a misunderstanding. Nothing, no need to be upset." They seem
lean
to
over
have...
to Utha and just like, wonder if maybe once everyone goes to sleep, he needs some of his own medicine.
No. I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna do it face to face.
Your choice.
I think as Whitebeard and his companion are leaving, do they go like farther away from the bed? Or like
They do. They go back to their own beds. We'll say that like the bed they were at was in the middle of the far side of the room, and their beds are in the corner. So they're not far away, but they're definitely not next to it anymore.
I'm gonna get up and like kind of walk over to see if like I can get a look at who they were trying to smother.
Yeah. The person who is now like gasping for breath and holding their neck is a male human, probably middle-aged, with kind of brown hair and tan skin. He looks pretty unassuming. He isn't wearing very nice clothes, particularly. He sees you approach. He kind of like kicks himself back into his bed away from you.
Well, you're not Henry. All right. So I turn around and I go back to bed.
You're the man like gasp out some kind of a quizzical. He can't like form full words yet right at this point, but he gasps out some kind of quizzical thing as you walk away. Just seems very confused by that whole exchange. But yeah, anything else you guys would like to do on this evening? All right, cool. So yeah, the next day, kind of the lights go on. I mean, lanterns light up and turn off. There's no electricity. We're not. Anyway, the point is, you guys are awoken by light. The cultists come in, Soul kind of leading the way with trays of food. There are no corpses in the morning, which is a nice change from last night, I guess. For the previous night, rather. Fair. And breakfast is the same hearty stuff you're used to at this point. I mean, this is like upper/middle quality eating, right? Like, I think the average person wouldn't be used to a standard like this. So it's probably a decent change of pace for some of you, maybe not for all of you. As people are eating breakfast, you see the man who was almost strangled or smothered last night. He is sitting alone. Before he'd been with a couple of people, but it seems like they have ditched him after his ordeal. And he's looking around fearfully. He's seeing about as far away from the Whitebeard gang as he can be. But that is breakfast. Unless you guys have things to do at breakfast, it will wrap up relatively quickly. And Soul will address the crowd. Welcome to your third day of the Dragon Games. You have a very exciting game ahead of you. I'm excited for all of you, and I almost envy you getting to participate in a game of this level. Truly exhilarating. Yes. If you're ready, we will head off to your third game. He'll gesture. Cultists will like kind of fan out around you and escort you guys down some more hallways. Again, kind of walking a different direction this time to a very large open arena. This one is like this huge metal disc suspended over a pit of lava. They have a theme, clearly, with heat kind of rising around the room. Unless you are resistant to fire, beads of sweat kind of form on your brow naturally, and you begin to feel the heat quite acutely.
Callista looks fine.
Nice.
And the way Laurel sweats, it's like she's shimmering. It's like this beautiful glistening.
Nice.
Got an Instagram filter on.
Every person is given a cloth belt with two kind of trailing patches that are stuck just by a couple of threads. And you're told to put this belt on with these two kind of trailing patches that they're barely held on. And then once everybody's wearing them, Soul will address the crowd.
Actually, excuse me, do you have this in perhaps a color that doesn't clash with my wardrobe?
Cultist who hand you the robe who you're addressing just kind of stares at you. I mean, they're wearing a mask, so you can't see their eyes, but doesn't move or say anything. He's just holding the belt out towards you.
I'm serious.
The cultist kind of
too.
The cultist looks towards Soul and then back to you. Again, like reproffers the belt.
All right then, but please, you could really up the look and feel of all of this by maybe bringing in someone like for a style consultancy. You know what? Actually, here's my business card, and we'll just go and stuck it in the clothing of this. Like, she'll take the belt and then she'll tuck her business card into his clothing.
For sure, he looks down at the card in his clothing, looks back at you. You've taken the belt, so his hand goes down, and he'll walk away very mechanically.
Are all the belts the same color?
They are, yes.
Okay.
They're all black, if we're curious about this sort of thing.
Atrocious.
Fair. So once everybody's got the belts on, Soul will kind of get in the middle of the group and explain the game. The game is simple. Each of you is wearing 2 flags on a belt. These flags are easily removed. He'll hold up a belt and demonstrate by ripping one off with not much effort. He'll say, to win this game, all you must do is have 3 flags at the end. After 1 minute, you must have 3 flags. Now, if you lose all of your flags, I must apologize in advance. You will be destroyed entirely. There'll be very little of you left. Gestures, you guys see above you, like high above you on a perch up in the side of the ceiling, maybe 50 feet above you, is a massive blue dragon. It's kind of eyeing you all with these glittering eyes in the faint like glow off of the lava below, right? You could swear it's smiling at you all. It gives you a very uneasy expression now that you realize it's up there. He says, yes, losing all of your flags will result in immediate destruction. But many of you should be able to get 3 flags, and I expect to see a fantastic game. So good luck and enjoy yourselves. And Soul walks off of the arena, and the platform that kind of joined the arena to the hallway you guys entered from recedes backwards. So you're now kind of stuck on this floating metal disc with all the other combatants, or flag taggers, either way, however you want to call them. And let's roll initiative here. Actual honest to goodness initiative.
That tracks.
16.
19.
I got a 4.
No, 15.
Oh, Ethel.
Tracks.
Oh no.
Ethel is not fast.
And Callista was what'd you say, 13?
15.
15, got it.
Oh, real quick, rules question. Do we, once we have 3, we leave the battlefield situation, or we just have to hold on to the 3 until the minute is up?
You must have 3 at the end, and if at any point you have 0, you're destroyed.
Okay.
And can you take 2 off of a person, or do they have to be from 3 different people?
Was non-specific about the source of the flags.
Perfect.
Can we have more than 3?
Was not specified.
Okay.
So the way I have it set up, I do have my own little map for this. I'm using to track things because this is going to be kind of, spatially intensive. You don't have to be watching it. We don't need to display it. But basically, we have kind of the cliques formed up around the edge of the circle. The way things just kind of boiled out, you guys are kind of adjacent to the Whitebeard gang, who are eyeing you pretty intensely. There are a total of 7 groups, including you guys as one, which may or may not be the case. Most of them are pairs, a few of them are 3, and the Whitebeard gang is a group of 4. And without further ado, let's head on into it. First to act is Laurel. I have you starting next to Callista. And again, the Whitebeard gang is on your left, Utha and Ethel to your right, and then further past them is a group of 3.
Laurel is going to flash Whitebeard a winning smile and then twirl away in the opposite direction,
Sure.
kind of paired with a smile is a bit of a wink, and Laurel is interested in putting quite a bit of distance between him and herself. And so specifically, she's going to be moving kind of towards the towards another group on the other side of the arena.
You can close with one member of that group with 30 feet of movement to get next to one of them.
Perfect.
A human woman who looks to be light on her feet.
And as Laurel starts to move away, she whispers to Callista, I suggest we don't fuck with anyone over there. Just let them pick each other apart.
Callista nods.
And as she moves, she also kind of gives a similar glance to Utha.
All right. So did Laura want to try to take a flag from the human woman you've approached now, or did you want to do something else with your action equivalent?
If I'm able to, Laurel is absolutely going to, as a part of kind of their twirling and moving motion, try to just snatch a flag as if it's just a natural thing.
Yeah, go for it. So that would be, you could try to grab it, like just rip it off of them. You could try to like sneak your hand around to the belt. So like athletics or sleight of hand are both abilities I think are relevant, and strength or dex also work.
We're gonna do sleight of hand.
Right.
That works great for me. So that is only gonna be an 11.
All right, we'll give them a perception check to see your attempt. They completely fail. They go the wrong way. They like try to block your other hand as you reach around to grab their flag. So you do get one off of the human woman there. So you are at 3 now. All right, if that's it for Laurel probably, and then Utha would be next.
All right. Utha is gonna follow Laurel's lead, and he's gonna kind of shoot one last look over at the Whitebeard gang, and gonna narrow his eyes at them before following after Laurel. So let's say he. Let's see, how far can I go? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think he's gonna go over here, and instead of going for the woman, he's gonna try and go for this guy over here.
Sure, yeah. Also a human lady. You can try to grab a flag from her as well. You're now kind of behind on the edge of the circle, kind of sneaking past the human woman that Laurel stole from. And you can make that athletics or sleight of hand check, your choice.
Oh yeah, he's just gonna like grab at the flag. He's not being subtle about it at all.
Go for it. So yeah, athletics, definitely.
All right, 19.
Wow. Okay, we'll give her an acrobatics check, trying to move out of the way. And you do manage to rip a flag off of her belt. So you are at 3 and she's down to 1. And then it is Callista's turn.
I'm gonna stay near where Ethel is, and keep an eye on Whitebeard and Co. And I'm going to hold an action to grab a flag off of anyone that gets within grabby distance.
Anyone
that is not part of my crew.
Sorry.
Just yank Ethel's belt off. No.
Betrayal.
Anyone that is not a player character.
Okay, and so you want to be near Ethel. Do you want to be like on the other side of Ethel from
I want to be between Ethel and Whitebeard.
Okay, got it. That would put you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That would put you within 30 feet of him.
Yeah, because then he can come over and I can yank his belt. I would love to try to yank both the flags off his belt as a ready to action.
Right, and it's an action for each one, but yes. Okay, cool.
Oh,
so
okay,
we've got,
right. So
so
then
got
just,
you kind of baiting him out.
I'm holding an action. If anyone gets within grabby distance, I'm going to try to yank a flag.
All right, yeah. Next up is the Whitebeard crew. He will, like, they're all looking to him for instructions. He looks over at Callista, looks over at the 2 to his left. You see him calculating in his head. Definitely some gears turning. But he will actually go to his left, so not towards Callista, and lead his gang over there. You see them kind of converge on this pair that was unlucky enough to start next to them. Wow. Okay, that pair managed to keep their flags pretty effectively. One does lose one. Anyway, up next would be this group over here, the one that you guys are stealing from. Yeah, the lady who you stole from, Laurel, is going to try to steal her flag back from you. So you can give me an athletics, or sorry, you can give me a acrobatics check to try to get out of the way as she grabs for your flag.
Oh, 19.
Nice. Right. So she lunges forward, but you dance out of the way. Her fist kind of going right past you, completely missing your flags. The lady who Utha stole will also try to retaliate. So I need an acrobatics check from you as well.
Acrobatics or athletics?
Acrobatics for this one.
Okay. 14.
Nice. That is definitely enough. She kind of clumsily reaches forward and you're able to dance out of the way. Next up
kind of
is
like stiff armor. It's like, nah.
for sure. Next up is another group. You see like a group converging on Whitebeard's gang, clearly trying to take them down. Next up is another group who is going to kind of stay off to the side, not seeming to do anything this round. And then it's Ethel's turn.
I don't like this game. This is very chaotic, and Ethel feels very overwhelmed. But I guess she'll go. There's like somebody that only has one flag.
Yes, there's two people who only have one flag. Your party members are next to them.
Oh, I don't want to hurt that person though. Yeah, I mean, Ethel doesn't want to be the reason anyone gets dragon blasted. So there's like this person. I guess Ethel will like kind of go around maybe.
Sure, yeah.
And try and grab somebody else's flag that has two flags specifically. Oh God.
Yeah, there's an orc lady behind the other two who you can try to steal a flag from without taking you to 0.
This is a check, so 13.
13. All right, and which was that, athletics or sleight of hand?
Just strength, I guess.
Okay, sounds good. You manage to slip in past the lady's defenses, and you do manage to grab a flag off of her belt, leaving her with 1 and you with 3.
Great.
Awesome. After that is this crew who will retaliate against the Whitebeard gang. Oh, they do very poorly. They do not get any flags back, and they reach at 1 already. Second round, Laurel, you're up top. You have 3 flags.
But that is not going to stop Laurel. And she does not have the same kind of qualms that Ethel does about reducing someone to 0 flags. So Laurel is going to kind of, once again, very much twirling and moving in this very effortless fashion, move up to the human woman who Utah took one from and try to, once again, sleight of hand another flag away.
All right. Yeah, go for it.
This is +3, so 17.
Yeah, the woman rolled a 19. So she does manage to grab your hand, kind of stare you in the eyes and say, "Not this time."
But next, for sure.
All right, Utha, you're next.
Yeah, I think while Laurel is dealing with this woman, I'm gonna turn to the one that she had stolen the flag from before,
right.
And I'm gonna try and take her last flag.
All right, go for it.
Gonna make an athletics check.
Sounds good.
Natural 20.
Oh, she got natural 22, but you probably win out. What's your total?
My total athletics score is +4.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. So she does an incredible job of like trying to dance out of the way, but you manage to just surge forward and grab the tip of the flag and yank it off the belt the last second. It's kind of almost in slow motion as the bag like kind of rips off her belt. You see realization in her face, and then she is annihilated in a blast of lightning, leaving very little of her left. And you have 4 flags.
Cool.
The woman that Laurel's trying to steal from now shouts at Tiri, "No!" as that happens. Callista is next.
I'm gonna run up and try to ease her suffering a bit. And I'm gonna like sneak in behind Laurel as she's trying to grab for the flag and try to grab it.
Yeah, go for it.
Sleight of
Athletics
hand?
that works too. Yep.
That's a dirty 20.
All right, you do manage to snatch that flag. Do you want to grab it for us?
Yeah, so I just kind of like, because I was back where Ethel was still, so I just kind of run up and just like duck under Laurel's arm where she's just tried to reach for the flag and just yank it off.
All right. Yeah. She looks back to see what you're doing just as the flag kind of leaves. Again, realization, anguish, and then acceptance as lightning completely annihilates her. You have 3 flags. Yes.
Yep.
All right. After that is the Whitebeard gang. You will hear more blasts of lightning as the people that the Whitebeard gang initially accosted have been eliminated. We'll just say that. Whitebeard gang seems to have a bounty of flags now, but they're not stopping. After that, the one remaining person from the group that you are attacking will kind of raise her hands and say, "You've got enough flags. You each have at least 3. Leave me alone. Please, give me a chance." And she will run away from Ethel, which would broker an opportunity grab if you want to take it.
Oh, Ethel does not want to take that.
All right. Yeah, she'll run up to this other group kind of above you guys who's been kind of biding their time and try to grab a flag. And she will succeed going back to 2 and taking a flag from someone else. After that is another group who is embroiled in combat with a Whitebeard gang. You'll see them attempt to take flags with some success. You see one of the Whitebeard folks go back down to 2. This other group is also doing nothing right now. Ethel, you're up next.
Ethel would like to take the flag that she took last round and like shove it down the front of her shirt.
Sure, yeah.
To keep it, safe.
Mm-hmm.
No one's gonna reach down the front of an elderly woman's shirt. That would be crass. And Ethel is just gonna kind of like run, like she wants to basically just be like as far away from everybody that she can possibly be at this particular moment in time.
Yeah, it does seem like people are trending to the other side of the arena. So you could go down to like the south, where there's basically nobody around.
Yeah, that sounds great. She's like shoved a flag down her shirt and is like, I'm good. I'm just gonna stay away from people.
All right, top of the order with Laurel. You do have enough flags. There's people nearby who are fighting amongst themselves. What do you want to do?
I think at that, Laurel turns to Callista and Utah and will kind of shrug. As far as I'm concerned, my work here is done. But will ready in action to grab at a flag of anyone who tries to grab from her.
Okay. And you're currently within range of those groups, that group that's fighting amongst themselves, not the Whitebeard gang, but some other ones. You could move over to where Ethel is, where you're kind of out of range, or you could stay where you are. Up to you.
Laura will stay put.
Okay, sounds good. Utha, same question. You have 4 flags. You are bountiful today.
Cool. Question: is this spot in the middle an open like hole, or is it just like?
It is. It's a hole. Yeah.
Okay. So I think what Utha's going to do, he's going to kind of. Okay, he's here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5, like right there.
Sure.
Can he see how many flags Whitebeard has?
If he's kind of in the middle of a mess, but yeah, you could, like if you spend your turn, say you spend your action basically looking over that, you can tell. Is that cool?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, you watch. Whitebeard has 5 flags, and he hasn't had time probably to get that many on his own.
Okay. So what I think I'm going to do then is. I'm going to take one of my 4 flags and I'm going to throw it like right over here by the hole. And I'm going to whistle at the large melee that's going on over here.
The Whitebeard melee or the one on
The
other
Whitebeard
side?
melee.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. So there's a flag over here and a whistle. You do see the folks near you in the Whitebeard melee kind of notice that, and some of them seem to be looking at breaking off from there. Callista is next.
Okay. I am going to head down, not like next to Ethel, but within like probably like 10 feet away from Ethel.
Sure.
And then ready in action to grab a flag if somebody comes near.
All right, sounds good.
I just want to survive a game.
Yeah. Next up is the Whitebeard gang. This guy will, an old elderly human man who seems pretty spry on his feet despite his age, kind of disengages and runs over and grabs the flag that Utha dropped. You can see him clasp that to his belt, and he does have 3 of them now. He'll kind of lift a hand up in the air in exultation. The rest of his gang will close in around these folk, who do seem to be losing that battle. You see Whitebeard kind of grab another flag, up to 6 now. His 2 cronies are both at 3. With this, one of the defending group kind of annihilated by lightning as their last flag is taken. After that is a group in the corner who is going to converge on this other kind of fight that's happening away from the Whitebeard gang. And then it's Ethel's turn.
Ethel will just continue to do her best to be like out of reach of people, and will dodge. Like she just wants to like be like ready to try and avoid someone trying to steal her stuff.
Sure. Yeah. Awesome. So at this point, the combat seems pretty one-sided. So unless anybody has anything that they want to do, we can call this game here. Does anybody have anything they wanted to get done?
I think if it gets to my turn, I want to move over here and try to shove this guy into the hole in the middle.
So we'll continue in order, but you're almost up, so we'll get that plan going. Did Laurel want to do anything?
Laurel is done here.
All right. Sorry, keep going. If you had anything else you want, I'm sorry.
No, that's it.
Okay, cool. So
Up to
Laurel staying in place, moving over to the group.
Yep.
Okay,
staying in place, watching.
All right, sounds good. Okay, so you thought, you wanted to go over and shove that guy in the hole, sounds like.
Yep.
All right, give me an athletics check.
Athletics. Cool. That's 22.
He fails. Describe it for us.
Yeah, so Utha kind of, as this guy's like putting his hand up to a signal that he has 3 flags, Utha just kind of like walks up behind him and like just kicks him into the hole. Yeah.
The man tumbles down into the hole. You probably hear some gasps from nearby, and chuckling from high above you, a deep kind of throaty chuckle from a massive creature. And yeah, the old elderly human man tumbles down into the hole. If you look down after him, you see him kind of land in the lava. Doesn't like sink very quickly because I think it's very buoyant in lava, but immediately catches fire and it is incinerated quickly.
Yeah, and once he does that, Uther kind of like looks right over at Whitebeard. It's like doesn't say anything, but he's like looking right at him.
Sure. Yeah. For their part, did Callista have anything else you want to do?
Nope. I'm just
All right.
chilling.
Okay,
when it gets close to the end of the minute, I will yell over at Ethel and make sure she puts her 3rd flag on her belt.
Meanwhile, Laurel's
Just
in the
in case.
background, actually politely clapping for Utah.
For sure. Yeah, so to wrap things up, the Whitebeard gang does annihilate the ones who are attacking them. You see like double lightning strikes happen pretty quickly. The one remainder from the group that was kind of 2 away from you at the start, that's been set upon by 2 groups, also gets annihilated. But the remainder all survive with 3 flags. So after that, the cultists will kind of funnel in. Soul will kind of address the crowd saying, my, what enthusiasm. The remaining folk had an average of 4.5 flags each. We've never seen a blowout like this before. No, we haven't. Most folks stop at 3. Most impressive. Well done. And claps for you some more. And then they escort you back to your dorms. On the way back, Mateo kind of, or sorry, not Mateo, Whitebeard, that guy, kind of looks over at Utha. You kind of catch his eyes. He kind of just nods at you and smiles. Whatever that means to you.
Also kind of like smiles, but in the same way that like he just bares his teeth.
Right. All right, looks like we have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 combatants left after that one. So the group was culled by a factor of 2, so down to half strength again. Back in the dorms for the evening. And before you guys are kind of dismissed for sleep, I guess, or before the lights are turned off, Soul does kind of walk in and say, you've done fantastically to stay in the game at this point. You are each currently looking at earning 120,000 gold from this game. Truly a king's ransom, though perhaps it will be more. The last few games should be quite harrowing. Look forward to that tomorrow. Sleep well.
Oh, I do.
Yeah, so dinner is served there. And then, after that, the lights turned off. Do you guys want to have any interactions at bedtime, or are you good to sleep through the night or keep watch?
I did have one backup character left who probably died during the previous game.
Oh yeah, did we lose another character?
I'm gonna say not this time because we did add a game. So
Okay.
this time they survived.
Cool. I think we might want to keep watch. Just a hunch.
Oh, I most certainly agree.
Do I see?
Why are you keeping watch?
Well, I don't know if you've noticed, but people sometimes get stabbed in the night.
Oh, is that why I keep waking up in the middle of the night?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Huh. I kind of wish I didn't know that still.
Well, now you do.
Do I see Henry anywhere in the mess hall? Did he make it?
Henry did make it. He somehow got 3 flags. He sees you and quickly like averts his gaze.
All right.
And I guess we're going on to the 4th and final day. Let's see. So we'll address you guys in the morning. Lights or the lanterns are lit. Food is brought in, and Soul will crow out. Today is your final day, and it will be a double feature. We have a very exciting, exhilarating game for all of you, and likely new experience for many of you. Very few people get to play with magic. Yes, but all that will come later after you're done with your eating. And who knows what the second game will be. I'm excited, very excited for all of you. Once you're done eating, we'll come back and we'll get into the games. So food is dispensed, people will eat. If you guys don't have anything you want to do during meals, we can go to the next game. All right, cool.
Yep.
So the meal passes uneventfully. I mean, at this point, people are pretty used to the routine, right? It's like day 4. This is very, very regular for you now. You understand exactly how this works. And it's almost mechanical. So you kind of find yourself just following into the routine, right? So the cultists follow in. They lead you through the hallways again to a different place. This one was just a wide open room, no features, nothing special about it. The walls are painted with a very, very grand mural of a huge number of dragons kind of laying waste to a city. It's like a full panoramic mural all around the room. All the dragons here are chromatic. They're all Tiamat's brood, I suppose. And yeah, it looks like devastation. But they're all artistically rendered beautifully. It's incredible art. Soul will ask you all, for this game, you must have a partner who will be making decisions for you a little bit. Someone that you trust, perhaps. Everyone must choose one partner. And you have 10 minutes to make the choice.
I look over at Ethel. Just say, I know you've had a rough time of it, but you seem pretty trustworthy.
Well, that's kind of you to say.
Do you have a partner yet?
I don't. Are you sure?
Yeah, what can I say? I'm feeling lucky.
Okay, if you say so.
Laurel's eyes also flick over to Ethel first, but she sees that Callista had the same idea and beat her to it. So next her eyes flick over to Uta, and all she does is just a questioning pickup of the head.
Uta just nods at her.
I think we'll do all right.
We'll see.
All right. So if I understand
We will
correctly,
see.
sorry. If I understand correctly, Ethel and Callista are choosing each other as partners, and Uta and Laurel. Okay. So you see Whitebeard pair up with a half-elven lady. Henry is left to fend for himself. He finds one of your backup characters, yet to be named. And across the hall, you see like the one remaining two-person clique choose each other, and a few more backup characters, and the orc that survived yesterday's flag tagging as well with a backup character. Now that you're all paired up, so we'll explain the game. You each must choose what spell scroll your partner gets access to for this game. Now, anybody can use these scrolls. You don't have to be a spellcaster to use these scrolls. You will only have access to this spell unless you have spells of your own, which you're welcome to use. Your options for your partner are Ray of Frost, Sacred Flame, Mind Sliver, and Vicious Mockery. Of those spells, Ray of Frost uses Intelligence, Sacred Flame uses Wisdom, the other two use Charisma. He can explain further if any characters don't know what the spells do. If you as players aren't familiar, I'm happy to explain it as well.
Can you refresh me on Mind Sliver? That's the only one I don't know.
Yeah, that's a new one. It's an intelligence save for a D4 of psychic damage. And if you do fail, you also have, maybe it's D6 actually. I'm not sure, I'm actually up to date on it. But in any case, if you do fail, you have minus D6 to, or a D4 to your next saving throw that you make. Did that make sense? I'm sorry, I was a little bit scattered.
Yeah.
Okay, so it is 1d6 psychic damage.
So it's Ray of Frost, Vicious Mockery, Mind Sliver, and
Sacred Flame, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Sacred Flame?
Yep.
Well, Miss Ethel, what are you good at?
Milking cows. Herding chickens. Hatching socks.
All right. I'm gonna give Ethel Sacred Flame.
All right.
I'm gonna make a wisdom bet here, and also a bet that she doesn't have to turn around and fight me, which I'm guessing is what's about to happen. But whatever, I'm being nice.
really weird thing to guess. And what is Ethel's choice for Callista?
I've seen Callista talk really scary, so I'm gonna give her the vicious mockery because she has a really scary voice.
Seems valid. All right, and then Utah and Laurel.
I'll give you what you want if you give me what I want.
All right, what do you want?
Let's go with vicious mockery.
And then Utah hands her the scroll of vicious mockery.
And for you?
Give me the mind sliver.
Here it is.
All right, looks good. Yeah, around the room you hear people kind of talking. Not all the pairs trust each other and are being as diplomatic about it. You do hear a cry go out as one of them apparently went back on the deal. After his partner gave him the scroll he wanted, he gave them a bad one. Whatever that means. I mean, none of the spells are bad, but gave them one they didn't want. In any case, after everybody has chosen spells, and it happens long before the 10 minutes are up, Sol again addresses the group. And now, with spell scrolls in hand, face your partners and fight to the death.
Who saw that coming?
Cool. Awesome.
You hear groans of dismay throughout the room. Whitebeard actually laughs. His partner looks a little bit upset by that, or perhaps just unnerved. In any case, the pairs go one by one, and everybody gets to watch each match. And we'll start with Callista versus Ethel. You guys could both roll initiative to see who gets to act first.
I can't
I'm
do
not
it.
ready.
I can't do it.
Got a 9.
I got a 19.
All right, Callista is first in that order. Callista, what would you like to do?
I am going to... Okay, I'm going to narrate this a little bit. Okay, so I am going to cast Vicious Mockery. I'm going to say something absolutely obscene in Infernal. And Ethel probably like braces herself a little bit and then realizes she's fine as I cast it at Sol.
Yes, I will give Sol a wisdom save. He does fail. And you can roll a d4 if you'd like for damage.
4 points of damage.
All right, yeah. You see him kind of stagger backwards a little bit, as if slapped really hard in the face.
Just I just want him to question his life choices for like half a second.
For sure, you do see him fall. Like everything in the room goes silent. Everybody freezes. All the cultists kind of looking at him, then back at you. He kind of rights himself, looks down at you, and snaps. And Callista is annihilated by a blast of light from the dragon high above. Sol kind of rubs his head a little bit and says, in case it wasn't obvious, you must play by the rules or you will be destroyed. Everybody understands now, yes? Good.
I'm really cursed. All of my friends die.
Oh. All right, well, Ethel wins her match by default. Next up would be Utah and Laurel.
I feel like Ethel just kind of walks over to the sidelines kind of in a daze at this point and just kind of is like, so this is a thing. And it's just kind of, kind of dazed for the rest of the proceedings of this game.
That seems fair. Yeah. Yeah, not to sideline that or anything. I mean, there's a lot going on for Ethel. This has been a really tough couple of days for her. But let's go to the next match as Ethel maybe perhaps begins to cope with what's been happening. Uta and Laurel, you are now opponents, and you may roll initiative if you'd like.
Laurel actually gives Uta a bit of a bow as if they are about to be facing off in some sort of honorable duel. 18.
All right.
17.
Okay. Very close. You probably start uttering your spells at around the same time, but Laurel's slightly faster on the pickup there.
And without moving, without kind of perhaps the smartest play would be to back off and cast from a distance. But Laurel loves kind of the frenzy of being in a melee. So with one hand, they draw the stiletto strapped to their leg, but then the other, they kind of hold up the scroll and cast Vicious Mockery on Uta. And you hear this very interesting series of sounds in your head. It's for some reason, this woman knows Infernal, so this kind of crackling sound of fire is kind of in your head as she kind of cuts these words. And so I need a wisdom saving throw.
Oh boy.
I think the DC is an 8, right?
If you have spellcasting, it would be so it's 8 if you're using Vicious Mockery plus your charisma bonus, and if you have any spells besides this one, it'd be +2 as well.
Nope, 8.
Right,
Well,
cool.
it's a good. I got a 12. So
Nice.
All right.
Somehow.
I mean, sounds like you shrug off the Vicious Mockery, and then it is Utah's turn.
Yeah. Do you say that Laurel moved back?
Nope.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Uta kind of like gives her a nod. It's like, okay, I respect that. And then he pulls his club out and he's gonna walk forward and attack Laurel. So he's gonna make a weapon attack.
11 to hit.
19. Actually, that'll be a 20 because it's a +1.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And club is a D4, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So that's gonna be 6 points of bludgeoning damage.
So we hear quite the crunch come from Laurel's body as this club connects with their form, but she doesn't seem kind of to fear or be afraid or to shirk away from this hit. Instead, there's this kind of grin on her face as her eyes kind of once again stay locked with Uta.
Yeah. Uta is also like grinning, but this time it like actually seems like he's genuinely like excited.
And Laurel will respond with that dagger kind of in their hand. She'll flip it around and then hold it. It'll kind of fly up in the air and then she'll snatch it out so that she's holding it in a reverse grip. And let's see. Ooh, that is a natural 1.
Oof.
So instead, maybe the weapon, actually, she doesn't quite catch it and it kind of fumbles out of her hands.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I kind of feel like she like fumbles the dagger and then like they both kind of look down at it, just takes all the air out of the scene. It's like, well, it was going cool.
And then she actually looks like they look down and then she looks back up and goes, "Get Whitebeard for me."
Oh, I intend to.
Yeah, Utha's next.
All right. Utha is gonna make another swing with his club. Yep, that's a 18. And I think my natural strength modifier would be enough because I have a +2 to strength.
Okay, so yeah, why don't you narrate that for us?
Yeah, Utha, even though he hasn't known Laurel that very long, he respects her enough to like make it a quick and clean death. He just like gives her one sharp blow to the side of the head and like to like make it quick.
All right. Yes.
And let me tell you, it's the most beautiful, most elegant fall that you've ever seen. The camera kind of slow. It's a slow-mo shot. The camera pans in. Her long, beautiful golden hair kind of is laid perfectly behind her as the camera kind of just like zooms in on her for the last time before then, of course, zooming up to Uta, the victor of this combat.
The whole thing's happening in slow motion. There's like dramatic music playing from somewhere.
All right, and with that, your duel is concluded. Soul claps, and the next group begins. This one's Henry versus Mariola, who I actually don't know who Mariola is. Why don't you describe them for us, Andrea?
She is a halfling who is, she's very like quaint, is probably wearing like overalls of some sort. She's not very skilled in any way.
Okay, and how would Mariola die to one of Henry's spells?
Probably with a really like ear piercing scream. Like it sounds like just like a small child, perhaps. I always pictured her with a very high pitched voice, so it sounds like a small child is like screaming.
Yeah, you'd see Henry kind of duck and cower after realizing what he just did, but he was successful there. Surprising probably no one. Whitebeard quickly dispatches his partner with a powerful ray of frost strike, a single blow. Sends his partner, I guess she freezes over and falls to the ground and shatters. Between the other two, the Dragonborn and the human man, we'll give them a d20. It would be the Dragonborn. So the Dragonborn lets loose a sacred fire, which burns through the human who falls to the ground, what little remains of them. And then we have two side characters over here, but the conclusion is decided. How does Sam die to one of Akra's spells?
Sam, he's an old guy. He really shouldn't have been here. It's honestly a miracle that he survived as long as he has. And like he's like kind of like struggling to like read what the spell scroll says, and like that's when he gets like blasted by whatever spell Akra picked out.
Yeah, and describe Akra for us as well. How does that happen?
Yeah, so Akra is a silver dragonborn. Very kind of like tough, very built, who is alternating between, this whole time has been alternating between glaring at Utha and pretending that he doesn't exist. Just trying not to acknowledge him and just being really upset every time she has to acknowledge his existence.
Yeah. Utha begrudgingly is impressed by Akra's victory and Henry's.
Ambulances are too late. They're too late.
Sorry.
It's fine. Okay, so Sam falls to Akra's spells there. And then how does Nahir triumph over the orc lady who has survived so long?
Throughout the back of most of these competitions, there's been this kind of almost light and airy bit of laughter. And it's not this grim, cruel laughter that we might hear from some of the combatants or some of the contestants. It's this genuine love for life and the moment. And so Nahir starts this combat with a laugh on their lips. And when they look to their opponent, they just, with a bit of a sad smile, nod before readying a spell, not the one on the scroll. This very kind of long and willowy high elf will kind of bow at their opponent and say, "It's been my honor to see you at your end," and cast Sacred Flame. And when their opponent opens their mouth to speak, the flame just goes straight down their gullet.
All right, yeah. As the last of the duels concludes with that fiery blow, Soul claps his hands and says, "Well done to the victors, well done indeed. truly powerful actions we've seen here today. I am inspired. Thank you all for your displays. You will have a brief respite where you may rest and recuperate from the day's exertions before our final event this evening. And the cultists will lead you guys back to the dorm.
So how many people are there total left? There's the 4 of us, and then Henry.
Henry, Whitebeard, and 1 Dragonborn survived as well.
Okay, so there's 7 people total.
Correct.
Okay.
So you get back to the dorm. You're not served any food, but any like injuries you have, like if you were hurt by a spell on the way to being victorious, that is all mended and seen to. Your clothing is repaired. In fact, you're probably given much nicer clothing at this point, more of a uniform than whatever you were wearing. It is tailored to fit you. Honestly, it looks a little bit like the Dragon Cultist outfits, but it's not quite that. It's like just inspired by, you might say. I wonder how Laura will feel about it.
She would have died having to put one of these on. So
Maybe it's for the best.
it's better she went out the way she did.
For sure. All right.
It's like,
And
you call
yeah,
this tailoring.
Your ghost just like floating over everyone.
Yes.
It seems to be the last break. So yeah, go ahead and do the thing.
Once we get back, Akra will pretty immediately approach Utha and just... So you're still alive, then?
As are you. I've been monitoring your progress. I'm impressed.
I don't care. You're not supposed to be here.
Well, if it gives you any consolation, if anything happens to you, and if I win, I will tell mother and father of your exploits.
Probably would have a better chance of winning if you'd let me have this.
If I let you have it, would you really have earned it?
I despise you.
I know.
And she'll kind of like awkwardly give him a hug.
This little awkward sibling hug.
Nice. How's Ethel doing this evening?
She has accepted her fate and is just ready to be done with it.
Fair enough. And Nahir?
Nahir is sitting on their bed. They are meditating and look very at peace with all of this. Nahir, throughout this entire competition, has not been jockeying for allies, has not been kind of participating in any of the nighttime activities. But they also haven't been kind of shrinking away from any of it. Very much a do no harm, but take no shit attitude coming from this section of the room. And they look very content.
All right. After you guys have gotten your uniforms on, you'll be escorted by cultists out of your dormitory and led up to an eating hall with one large table in like a line. It's set out with incredibly fancy place sets. I mean, silverware that's actually silver, big old platters, the likes of which only wealthy folk can even afford to have in the first place. And all manner of kind of niceties and luxuries. You're each given a seat, spaced quite wide apart from each other, and served dishes from across the realm. Some things you've only ever heard of in stories, probably. Some things you didn't even know existed. From elven delicacies from the Comanther Forest to the Damarin sweets from the desert folk, to like fresh fish down from the Moon Sea and the Sea of Fallen Stars. And all manner of other kind of wonderful delicacies. What would you guys? Is there anything you want to do during this kind of incredible banquet?
I so quick question.
Mhm.
Would Utha have been able to take the scroll of mind sliver with him after the game?
After the game, those scrolls disappeared.
Okay, just want to make sure. Then in that case, Utha is just like eating, you know, chowing down, getting his fill. Um, every now and then, glaring over at Whitebeard, as he does.
Whitebeard eats he's got like his large portion of some kind of meat, maybe dinosaur meat from Chult. Who knows how they got that in here. He just like bites into it. It's still bloody. The juice is kind of dripping down his beard. He just smiles wide at you, teeth, red with blood off of the meat. Seemingly looking forward to whatever final confrontation the game has in store.
Nahir kind of shuffles forward a bit in their chair and then kind of takes a look at kind of everyone around the table and will pose a question. Should you make it through, to what ends would you use that incredible prize purse?
The Dragonborn will speak up if nobody else does. He says, I've always wanted to see the world, wanted to travel, never had time for it. I think I would go see the world if I had all that money.
It's very worthy. Are the rest of you ashamed or scared?
I'm not here for the money, so it doesn't matter much to me.
Not either.
Worthy as well.
I guess if I win, money will go to the family.
Of course it would. Knocker kind of rolls her eyes.
He kind of like gives her like a little nudge under the table.
Ow!
Health would be good. When you get old, things don't work very well anymore. Be nice to fix some of that.
And
And
here
you?
seems varying levels of pleased and displeased with all of these answers. They very much appear to be acting as some kind of arbiter of if these reasons are just or not.
And what about you?
I'm here for a bit of a higher purpose, you could say. But just from hearing some of your reactions, I would be content enough just making sure it didn't fall into some of your hands.
From across the table, Whitebeard will kind of guffaw, say, oh yeah, if you're so high and noble, what do you plan to do with the money?
Give it to my church, of course. Spread light and love and joy.
What a waste. That much money, I'm going to become a king. I'll have my own nation, an entire people answering to me, bowing down before me, doing whatever it is I ask them to. You would give it to your church. You're small-minded, unambitious.
I don't think this person has an idea of how monarchy works or how much money it requires. Speaking of small-minded.
He smirks and says, yeah, well, you checked the prices of a country recently? 1.2 million gold. Now that's no small change. That's enough to buy something. Maybe not a whole nation at first. I'll start with a city. I'll get there. Just you watch. From whatever afterlife you go to.
You've got a little something, right? Right? Are you saving that for later?
His beard. He kind of looks down, dabs out with a napkin and says, thanks. Appreciate it.
Akra just kind of turns back to her food.
All right. So it seems like the meal kind of winds down as you guys kind of dig in for the last time, apparently. Yeah, the food all goes down easy. It's very, very nice. They bring out some very fine wine, exotic juices, cocktails for characters, and that sort of thing. Kind of like whatever drink you could imagine and want. They have available, and you can make requests. And before long, they clear the dishes, leaving behind a relatively large knife for each of you. And the table is actually picked up by a large number of cultists and moved out of the room, leaving this very, very fancy dining room with, like, marble floors, really well appointed, walls covered in art, hanging tapestries. There's a candelabra hanging from the ceiling that sets, the whole place kind of this warm, comfortable glow. A fireplace roaring in one corner, kind of just happily, popping occasionally. And Soul is the last one to leave. He stands at the door and says, "May the most worthy win." He walks out and closes the door.
How is everyone situated right now?
Kind of in a circle. You guys probably have stood back to let the table be moved.
Who is closest to Whitebeard?
That would be the Dragonborn and Henry.
Cool. I shoot a breath weapon at the three of them.
For sure. Let's roll initiative.
I don't
All
like
right,
plus
let's go.
0 initiative.
Hmm.
I don't enjoy that.
13.
18. But it should be higher.
18.
8.
Right. Real quick, what was Utah's?
13.
13. Ethel? 8.
Yes.
Nahir?
18 with a +2 modifier.
Okay.
18
And
with
then,
the plus 0.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Makes sense. And then for these folks, we have 1, 2, 3 d20s. Right. Kind of meshes, honestly. All right, cool. So top of the order is Nahir. As you see, Akra kept turning with a breath weapon at the Whitebeard fellow.
And Nahir looks at the Dragonborn friend, then looks back to White here, spins that knife that they took from the table, and will shout, "Long live the king!" and dance forward to go. And they look very capable with this knife.
Right? Yeah.
So, ooh, that's going to be a +2. I'm proficient in the dagger. This is not a plus dagger. This is just a regular old kitchen knife.
Right.
That is a 10.
All right. So I have you kind of running across the room straight for Whitebeard. Yeah.
Yes.
Excellent. A 10 will hit him.
All right. So that's going to be 4 points of damage as Nahir. This is a precision strike, kind of going to kind of slice right at his throat and kind of open it up.
Yeah, I mean, he clutches at his throat. He's definitely bleeding from that wound. We're gonna say it's not like a deep enough cut that he's likely to die from it, though it looks pretty bad. He's looking really rough. And after that would be Akra.
It's freezing time.
All right.
So it's a 15-foot cone aimed at Whitebeard, but I will get anyone that happens to be in the way, including Nahir, apparently.
Right, so the circle was basically like people were had 10 feet of space between them. So only Nahir and Whitebeard are currently in a position where they both could be caught in a 15-foot cone.
Okay. Well, then they're both getting hit with a cone of cold. Not a cone of cold.
Right.
That'd be really bad. A breath weapon.
Sure. So you have to move 10 feet to get in a position where you can do that.
That's fine.
For your calculus.
Yeah. So that's a con save.
All right.
DC 10.
Whitebeard gets a 12.
Nahir gets a 1.
Oh, no.
No.
These are some hot and cold dice for Nahir
Okay.
right now.
Okay.
Cold in this case.
Oh no. That's 10 points of damage if you failed. Half if you succeeded.
Why don't you run us through what that looks like?
Did
You
I just
probably killed
murder
both of them.
Nadir? Akra just like whips around as this is going and lets lose her breath weapon, and then like halfway through realizes that Nahir has run into her pathway and just looks horrified, but it's too late to stop it as this cone of cold like energy just comes out of her mouth.
Yeah, Whitebeard and Nahir both frozen solid, falling to the ground and shattering.
Oh, he's down too? Okay.
Yes. Yeah, he made the save, but half of 10 is still enough.
Right. Whoops.
All right, Akra leading in the kill counter, Utha.
All right. Utha will give like a displeased snort at his perceived kill being taken from him.
Akra suddenly feels better about it.
Oh god! And as Nahir dies, they kind of like they spin around and they look at the Dragonborn who frosted them and just nod and say, "I came here to do what I wanted to, and this was it. Thank you."
All right. Yeah. So I think Utha is going to first. He's going to like glare over at Henry, like kind of squint at him. And then he's going to go, if I can actually get, nope, I have the wrong tool selected. He's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, right over there. And he's going to use his breath weapon on this Dragonborn right here.
Okay.
So he's going to make an acid breath attack. That's a DC 8.
And it's a con save? Not that it matters.
Dex save, actually.
It's completely academic. The Dragonborn rolls a natural one. Was not expecting that.
Ooh, okay. Well, it's going to be 2d6. That's going to be 9 points of damage.
All right. How does the Dragonborn die?
Yeah. You see Uta just walk up and the sides of his neck start to bulge out as he like starts gurgling, and a stream of acid just projects from his jaws and like I guess burns like a hole right into the Dragonborn's chest.
For sure. Yeah, Dragonborn kind of looks down in surprise, looks at you, and then slumps to the ground. After Utah is Ethel.
Oh God. Ethel was not supposed to live this long. Ethel doesn't fight people. I mean, what the guy just like said, may the best person win, and then left. That was it. That was the direction.
Yep.
I don't. Who's alive still? Like.
Utah and Akra are both alive, having just slayed multiple folks with their breath weapons. Henry is also off to the side, holding the kitchen knife in front of him and trembling.
Fucking Henry.
Why is it all people that Ethel likes? Ethel's going to look at Henry and say, Henry, put down the knife. We don't need to fight. And is going to try and convince Henry to not kill anyone.
Yeah, give me a persuasion check. Or deception, depending on Ethel's intentions.
Ethel is pure.
All right, fair. I didn't want to assume either way.
17?
Nice. Let's give him Henry kind of backs up, still holding the knife in front of him and shaking. He said, I don't want to do this, but I'm not going to die here. I've got things to live for. I have to come back with that money.
Okay.
But he doesn't seem intent on stabbing anybody, certainly.
Well, that's good. Maybe we can all just come to an agreement and split the money 4 ways. That's Ethel's turn.
Are there any
good.
cultists still in the room?
Like
I know Soul left, but
not even a single soul. It's just you guys.
okay.
Get a single soul. Sorry. All right. Henry's turn. Henry does kind of back up a little bit and dodges. It is Nahir's. Sorry, I always do that every time. In every game I run, I always do that. It is Akra's turn.
Um. If I look up, does it look like is there like a window? Does it look like we're being observed at all?
You don't see any obvious ways they could observe you.
Okay. I'm gonna chuck a knife at Henry.
You have disadvantage because he is dodging, but you absolutely can do that.
I am here for victory. That is why I came. That probably misses though. The lower of those is a 3, so 5.
Right? Yeah, he kind of ducks out of the way of the dagger and says, You're trying to kill me! Ethel, she's trying to kill me!
Well, I do believe that was the point, and I'm gonna rush I'm gonna try to like skirt around him so I don't get in melee with him and go running, pick up my knife.
For sure. Okay. You would nominally be passing by Utha. Would you like to try to skirt Utha as well?
No.
Okay. Sounds like Akira is passing by Utha.
Yeah, Utho will just let her pass.
All right, sure. So Akira can get past Henry. You can't get the knife without going next to him. But you can fail to leave his threat range, if that makes sense.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so you're like just behind him, picking up your knife, and now like maybe turning towards him.
Okay.
After that is Utha's turn.
Ooh, okay. Utha is going to walk up to Henry. He's not gonna strike him with his blade, but he's gonna kind of like try to kick him over onto the ground. This is gonna be basically a shove action.
Okay, yeah. He'll make acrobatics.
I got a 21.
Okay,
on athletics.
Yeah. The old man falls to the ground, still clutching his knife.
And I'm just gonna like kind of look down at him. He's like, you really picked the wrong side on this one.
I didn't know what to do. Ethel didn't want me around anymore. There was no one else.
And Utha doesn't really say anything, but he just kind of stands over him menacingly.
For sure. Ethel, this is going down. What are you doing?
Ethel is going to. Is there like a door?
There is a door. You did hear them lock it on the way out.
Oh, right. Well, Ethel is going to just sit on the ground.
Okay.
And Ethel says, I didn't come here to kill anybody, and I am not going to lose my morals now. Do what you need to do. I will be over here minding my own business. She just kind of like walks away and sits down on the ground.
All right. On Henry's turn, you see something ignite within him. You're not sure what, but he like kind of surges upwards with a scream of desperation and strikes out at Utha with his dagger. And that is probably a hit with a 16
Yep, that'll hit.
for 4 points of piercing damage as his blade strikes deep into your shoulder. He screams, I don't want to do this, but you give me no choice. It's Akira's turn.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, he just stabbed my brother. I'm gonna stab him. That is a 17 to hit.
That hits Henry.
For 3 points of damage.
All right, you hear a kind of a gasp from Henry. He's definitely wounded. It didn't hit anything vital, but he's bleeding a little bit for sure.
Wrong choice.
Yeah, Utha's next.
All right. Do I still have my club?
Probably.
Okay. I'm going to take my club out with my offhand. And then I'm going to strike with the dagger first, or the kitchen knife.
Right.
First strike is a 18.
Mhm.
That's going to be, and this is a normal knife, I guess.
Right.
Okay. Ooh. 6 points of damage.
All right. How do you kill Henry?
So yeah, I think after Henry stabs him, Uta kind of like winces and like, but then like grins and is like, so you do have a little fight in you. Good. And then I think he'll just stab Henry right through his heart. Like, give him a straight up death.
For sure. Yeah, he gasps and then slumps to the ground, life fading from his eyes. After that would be Ethel.
Ethel just looks at the two siblings and says, I have lived a long life and I'm dying anyway. So you do what you need to do. I will not be partaking. And Ethel just sits on the ground.
All right. Akra's next.
So Akra did just meet Ethel.
Mm-hmm.
And doesn't necessarily have an emotional connection, but there is something deeply wrong with stabbing an old lady who is sitting unarmed on the ground. So I'm gonna go over to Ethel, just in case this is some shenanigans, to be prepared. And then I'm going to look at the door and wait.
All right. Sounds like a plan. Next to Ethel and waiting. All right, Utha, you were next.
Utha is going to get on this side of Ethel. He's going to look at his sister and say, all right, look. I don't think either of us really want to do this, but one of us has to. Rock, paper, scissors.
God damn.
Give it a moment. Let's
All
see
right.
if they'll allow us to tie. And
All
then,
right.
yeah, if not, rock, paper, scissors works.
So it sounds like we're more or less out of combat as you guys have stopped actively combating.
And yeah, we're gonna like pause and see if they'll let us be done.
Okay.
And if not, then we'll go from there.
Yes, you guys kind of like all sit down together. Is Ethel comfortable being between the two dragonborn?
Ethel just sits there.
All right.
She
Yeah.
doesn't have any weapons. She doesn't have a knife. She has a rock, like a tiny little magic rock. She is not going to go fight people who breathe acid and fire and stuff. That's really scary. No, thank you.
Yeah. So you guys wait, and you wait. 15 minutes pass. Half an hour passes.
Damn it.
An hour passes. 4 hours pass. You guys are starting to get very, very sleepy.
I think you'll just need to have that rock, paper, scissors. Think is what you decided?
Don't you want to defend yourself at all?
No. I have no chance, and I'm already dying. Y'all are young. Y'all have a family. All of my friends are dead.
This got so fucking dark.
You knew what you signed up for.
I look over at Utha and I just say, once this is decided, you know what happens next, right?
Yeah.
Shall we?
Let's. I guess since doing rock paper scissors over Zoom is gonna be a bit hard. Do you just want to roll off and see?
That's probably the right way to
Yeah,
do it. Yeah.
we'll just
Yeah.
roll.
Okay.
Wait, winner does it or loser does it?
Let's say loser does it.
Loser does it. Okay.
Roll in
18.
2.
I don't have to kill Ethel.
All right. So if Ethel is letting it happen, and Utha is making it happen, we can just narrate it or not, depending on what you guys want to do. I'm leaving it
Yeah,
up
you know
to-
what? I think Utha just kind of like sets his weapons down and then kind of gives Ethel a pat on the shoulder and like kind of holds his arms out to like indicate like, do you want a hug first?
Ethel will give you a hug and like a nice like pat on the shoulder and just say, "There's no hard feelings. Just don't let it be for nothing."
No hard feelings. And then Utha will squeeze and break her neck as like he holds onto her.
All right. Yes, Ethel, surviving the entire game up until the end, falls to the ground silently and peacefully.
And I think Utha will kind of just lay Ethel on the floor, like fold her hands across her belly. And then he's gonna pick his weapons up and stand up and face his sister.
Is it strange if it feels like this is how it was supposed to end?
You know, I kind of expected to die sooner, but yeah, this is kind of fitting.
I mean, I kind of hoped you would as well, but
I know.
here we are.
All right. Well, if it's time for the deed, let's roll initiative.
Right.
18.
I also got an 18.
Roll again. Unless you have different dex bonuses, which would be
17.
I got another 18.
Aw.
Okay.
All right. That would put Utha first and Acra second, which
Okay.
means Utha's first to act.
So yeah, the so Utha is gonna take a swing with his knife first.
Mhm.
That is a 13.
That'll hit.
That's gonna deal 6 points of damage.
Oh, fuck.
And then that is a 19 with the club.
Yep. Yep.
All right. So why don't you describe for us what that looks like?
Yeah, I think so I think what happens is Utha, the two siblings kind of like square off with each other for a moment, and then Utha will lunge forward with the knife, and he's a big guy, but he's also deceptively fast with his weapons, and so he manages to slip past Akra's guard and gets her in the ribs with the knife. And then as she kind of like folds around the blow, he lets go and just brings the club down on the top of her head.
All right.
So Akra, like, stands up and kind of squares off, and then, like, makes eye contact with Utha, and there's, like, just a split-second hesitation, which is what lets Utha get in. And as Akra, like, as the club starts to come down, just says, "Tell Mom and Dad I did well."
I will tell them you died gloriously. And then bonk.
Yep.
After the fateful crack, there's just a moment of silence where Akra's body kind of slumps to the ground. And then just a few moments after that, the door unlocks and opens. Cultists file into the room, and Soul walks in, clapping the entire time and says, "Marvelous, marvelous, exquisite, extraordinary. Utha, you have triumphed over all 59 other contestants in the Dragon Games. My, such a marvelous showdown between siblings. Sweet, delicious. Yes. The game's patron would like to meet you personally and bestow upon you the gift you have been promised. Right this way."
Before I go, I look at him and say, if I can make a request,
It will be considered.
I would like to bring my sister's body home when I leave.
You'll have to take it up with the patron, I'm afraid. We're not at liberty to dispense that sort of thing.
And then he Okay, yeah. Then he goes with them.
Yeah. So we'll lead you out. I mean, you do see Akra's body being taken away by the cultists, but he promised you could take it up with the patron. Files out, and you go through a bunch of hallways again, kind of ascending this time, upwards within this mountain, whatever it is, high above, until you land in front of a door. These doors are very, very imposing. They're massive. Each door like at least 10 feet wide, so it's a 20-foot wide hallway, at least as tall, maybe 30 feet tall. Incredibly ornate, made of glittering stone. It'd be like a dark stone with like little sparkles in it that kind of shimmer in the light of the torch. Soul kind of turns to you before opening the door and says, "Be polite, be respectful. Our patron has great admiration for you as the victor, but would not brook any sort of disrespect."
Utha doesn't really say anything, but just kind of nods at him.
Right. Soul pushes open the doors, revealing a massive chamber, maybe 100 feet across in any given dimension, and full of gold, like a sea of gold. There are jewels kind of scattered among the gold coins. The gold is in a number of forms, lots of coins, but golden chalices, golden helms, golden shields. You see many ornate art pieces that would be completely at home in a museum. You see suits of armor that are studded with gemstones. They clearly have like magical auras to them. There are weapons of legend. If you hear your characters versed in folklore, you may even recognize some weapons that have had songs sung of them for centuries. And on the far end, kind of crouched on a mountain of gold, is a dragon, a huge dragon, enormous beyond your comprehension. It is absolutely massive. Its wings, though folded, basically cover the back of the room. It has huge curling horns that kind of frame its face. Its eyes glow a bright green. Its face is a mask of death, is what you see in its face.
What color are its scales?
They are black.
Black. Okay, so Utha, recognizing the progenitor of his lineage, will get close enough to where he thinks is appropriate, and then take a knee before the dragon.
The dragon chuckles lowly, and you feel the chuckle in your bones more than you hear with your ears, and says, "So this is the one that won this time. Tell me, did you enjoy it?"
Utha, having been addressed, will stand up and look upon the dragon. It was a great contest. I'm honored to have participated.
Good. You did well. I enjoyed watching you crush the other humanoids greatly. It was one of the better games I've ever held. Yes. So that will be all. I just wanted to look at you, to see what it is that allowed you to triumph over all of them. What do you think it was? Do you think it was cruelty? Do you think it was strength? What about you made you victorious over everyone else?
In truth, I suppose I just wanted it more.
Ambition, one of the nobler qualities of you creatures. Yes, well, you have rightfully won your gold, and I am a dragon of my word. Gestures, and there is a pile of gold that is already kind of floating on top of, well, you're not sure why, it's invisible, whatever it is, but it is floating and mobile. It says that gold will follow you out of here until you can find a more suitable transportation arrangement. Do with it what you will, but tell no one of these games. Or, well, tell no one. It dismisses you with a wave of its claws.
Before I leave, I would like to make one request.
Yes, what?
My final opponent was of my blood. With your permission, I would like to bring her body home so that I may bury her with honors.
Dragon smiles. You can see acrid fumes curling up from its mouth, and it considers you and says, "No, I don't think so."
Very well then. He will bow his head again, and having been dismissed, he will leave the chamber.
All right, and your mountain of gold does follow you out. Until you emerge onto the shores of this little island, there's a boat waiting to take you and your gold to wherever you'd like to go. Do you want to sail off in the sunset and tell us what happens with Utha?
Yeah, so Utha, I think, will sail back home. He will tell his family a sanitized version of the events that happened and how Akra fell honorably in battle. And then I think he'll use his gold to, I think what he will do is he will use it to like track down, like the families of some of the people that were in the games, and he will send them some of his winnings. And then the rest of the gold, whatever he doesn't give to the family so that, it can be held with them, he will, I think what he'll do is, Akra, what was Akra planning to do with the gold?
She hadn't honestly thought about the gold. She was just there for the glory.
Mm-hmm. Then he will use the rest of his winnings to perform great feats to honor his late sister.
For sure. Awesome. Well, that's the end of the adventure with Utha standing triumphant atop a pile of dead bodies. But those are Dragon games. What can you do?
Yay!
Oh, well done.
Everyone's dead.
Everyone's dead. Okay, so we are running a little past time, so we're going to do outros real quickly. But everyone do go around and say who you are, where we can find you on the internet, what you do, all of those super fun things. For our audience, you can still donate to Extra Life. They are a great organization who can use your money to help children. So definitely check out the donation link in chat, and we will get started with our victor. Rake, why don't you go first?
All right. Hello, everyone. Ladies, gentlemen, viewers of all pronouns. I am Rakolai, or Rakolai, or Rakolai. I don't really have a preference on how to pronounce it. I have a Twitch channel, twitch.tv/Rakolai. I haven't really streamed it a little bit, but I am planning to come back to it. In the meantime, there are a couple other ways that you can support me. I am a Hobby Link Japan affiliate. I have an affiliate link on my Twitter profile. That's at Rakolai, Rako, capital IAI. So if you want to buy some anime merch, you can go through my affiliate link. I'll get a commission from whatever sales I make. I also do art commissions, TTRPG portraits, Twitch emotes, whatever. So if you're in the market for those, send me a DM. We'll talk. And lastly, if you want to find me elsewhere, I will actually be guesting tonight on the Lady Dames channel at 9 p.m. Pacific time for Smutty Saturday, where we will be reading some interesting adult literature. That's as much as I'll say about that.
We love ourselves some Smutty Saturday. Andria, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Andria, or Shadowed Lady Sif. I hang out in this channel a lot on Wednesdays and Sundays. It's a super great time. I am over on Twitter and also sometimes on Twitch doing random streams like The Sims and Spyro the Dragon. It's really fun. But primarily, I make dice, and you can find all of my art over at Instagram at sunflower.dice, where I make rollable art for your gaming tables.
Yay. Sarah.
Hello, I am Sarah L. Kinney, and the best way to stay up to date on the various one-shots that I'll be a part of and other things that I'm up to is to just pop me a follow on Twitter. I am a queer storytelling enthusiast who loves food, has a bunch of hobbies, and I start art projects, and sometimes I finish them. So follow me on Twitter for pictures of baked goods and always work in progresses of various pieces of art. So love to check you out there, and you definitely don't want to miss Rack on Lady Dames channel. Smutty Saturday is incredible, so go do that later tonight. And thank you so much for being here with us.
Alrighty. Marco.
I'm Marco. You can find me online. I don't stream much. I'm on Twitter. But I mostly run games online. They're paid games. They're open spots and campaigns all the time, starting up new ones this week and next week. I also run some one-shots here and there. But yeah, I mostly just run D&D. love to hear from you if you'd like to play any game of mine. And they're not all this bloodthirsty, I swear. This is an exception to the rule.
Yes, and Marco's Start Playing link is in chat, so if you're interested in booking him or joining one of his games, definitely check out his link there. 1010, do recommend. I am Caitlin, this is my channel, so congratulations, you've already found me. But normally when I'm not running one-shots, mostly what happens on this channel is vintage gaming, which on our channel means anything that is at least 10 years old or older. I am not responsible for making you feel old. If I have to, so do you. Currently, we are playing Final Fantasy VII on Wednesday nights and that's wrong. Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time on Sunday afternoons. That's going to be tomorrow at 3 p.m. I am also in a D&D campaign called Shifting Echoes that is every other Sunday over on my friend Gona's channel. You can check that out. We do have an episode tomorrow if you want to see more of me playing D&D. Otherwise, the best place to stay up to date with what I'm doing when is following me on Twitter. That link is there in chat. But that is when I announce where I'm doing things and then just yell about various other internet things sometimes. So definitely check out Twitter if you want to stay up to date with me. Last but not least, thank you all so much to everybody who donated. We raised $200 today for Extra Life, which is amazing. All of that money is going to go directly to children's hospitals. In my case specifically, it's the UCSF Benioff Children's Hospital here in the Bay Area. So thank you all so much for all of your support. It means a lot, and Extra Life is amazing. So we appreciate you very, very much. That is going to be it for us for today. It looks like, who's live right now? Oh, it looks like our friend Kappa is doing something. I don't know what It Takes Two is, but Kappa's super great. You've also probably seen him on this channel a couple of times. So we're going to send some love their way. Go ahead and just do some love in the chat for Kappa. We're going to head over there. But I will see all of you tomorrow at 3 p.m. for some Ocarina of Time. Thank you so much for joining us, and have a great rest of your Saturday.